here we are. We have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and oh, it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see, like, okay, I can see someone's like dropping over, and that's about it. But we have look here. Finally, we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some, well, some elimination points for himself, I guess. And it's just a party that's happening. I don't know when you're gonna call that platform. King of the platform, I guess.
Well, King of the Skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's PMPL from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just like, it's just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day. I guess that with more and more things happening, we have ALMGHTY just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, you know, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, ALMGHTY definitely wants more and then one day to rule them all. I mean, ALMGHTY. Yeah, just did that.
Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all 4 still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday
To you.
hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun.
Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat.
Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa untuk saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
pada 23 hari bulan ini.
Pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Season 5 ni kita orang akan buatkan terbaik
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, Mos, gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action!
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar.
Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 poin tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je. Memang easy.
Free point je kot. Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Buat je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate meh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Kenapa tu? Tak kenal tu. Sorry tu. I think exist because of jumper. Actually he replaced Voke punya tempat. Because we know Voke how he handle Team AZ before. He really barbar. Kita pun tahu how jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well to jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut Din lah. Dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang nak tahu, boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Okey lah. Saya pun tak jangka Okey pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Okey akan stay, tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like Haiku went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there. Trash talk lah kan?
Team Bosskur lah, Team Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance, so don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever. Sebab ada Boki. Sebab Boki tak suka kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab tim dia tu setakat firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Miao tu yang acah-acah harimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang, memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
Tanpa korang, siapalah kami? Y4R win!
Realize.
GG RSG.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by Realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
The flight to the 2022 PMPL Malaysia Singapore Philippines Spring Split to take off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kusa. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up on fight until you
teruskan
succeed.
Stand up.
And gentlemen, we are back at it again with the competitive spirit here in day number 2 of the first week in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'm your host Keith for today and probably for the rest of this week. Bear in with me, I know how it goes. I can get pretty annoying. I've got people saying that in the chat, but let me use my God-given annoying voice to drill this one in you. And that is a thank you to all the sponsors and the team that makes it happen and bringing you this entire country league. Talking about, of course, the big boys on top, or girl, he or she, no discrimination here, and that is PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. Thank you for giving us such an amazing game and creating such an amazing ecosystem in which we can enjoy this very day. Also, while I'm on that note, while I'm here thanking the people on top, you might as well do that as well because it is their 4th year anniversary now with PUBG Mobile. And, you know, it pays off to be a little bit more appreciated every now and then. So, if it isn't too heavy for you, go on to their socials right now at PUBG Mobile Esports, or whatever pages that you see them on, maybe even the group chat. Just go over, spam it down below. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile, and said maybe give us all a birthday suit, a permanent birthday suit skin in the game. If you get the reference, then I'ma wink that one to you. Wink, wink. Now, we are going into day number 2. We've got a lot to look out for. So many things happened in a single day alone yesterday. A little bit of recap. RSG currently holds the record as the highest frag in a single chicken dinner, right? 17 eliminations, the standards that we all had for the longest time yesterday before the final game was an 11 kills and a winner-winner chicken dinner. That's probably gold standard then, until RSG came in. And well, just blew that one off the waters, right? 17 elimination, and that is insane. You might as well just round it up to 20 and call it 2 chicken dinners for the day. So, just before you forget, on our brand new format here, the Country League will be held for 3 weeks and counting, right? Each week, this time is different because we do not have a super weekend. Now, every single game matters. Why? Because every week, teams will be playing for placement in which they will be remunerated with 20 points for number 1, 19 in number 2, and it tapers down all the way to a last point, to 1 point on the 20th spot. So everybody gets a point. That is a good thing, but also that means they can't be slacking off on any maps at all because every single point counts now. Look at that, winning, and now that'll be week 1 placement, and then you get bonus point from week 1 as well. Week 2 placement, you get remunerated from the 20 all the way down, as I mentioned. And then when it goes to the overall placement, wherever you are after the after the 3-week grind, you will again get another bonus point, which follows the same system as 20 points, tapering down all the way to 1. So, point is, it's a new system where every single map counts, and so, time to slack off. But the in-game point system will be the same as per usual. First place takes home 15 points, second with 12, third with 10 points, fourth on 8th, fifth at 6th, and 6th at 4th, 7 and 2, 8 to 12 getting home with 1 point, and 13 to 16, unfortunately, your best bet is to do better in the other game. And, well, elimination points, that counts as well. 1 point per kill, and so far RSG has got the highest fragging per map with yesterday's 17 eliminations. So, here are the bonus points, as I was mentioning, and we'll reinstate again. At the end of the week, whoever's at number 1 will bring home 20 points. This is the points that count, right? Second place 19, and then third at 18, and it tapers down all the way to the 20th spot, bringing home the overall 1 point in the week itself. Then when the next week comes in, the whole system replays itself, where they play for placement point. Where they play for placement within the overalls and get remunerated with the same point system. And eventually, before the country finals itself, wherever they end up in the overalls will be remunerated with, again, these sets of points. So a lot of points in the table, but not enough to go around with all these 20 teams. So may the best one wins. Here are the teams that are participating within the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. In Group A, Geek, RTK, Farang, Clutch, Guerilla. Group B, Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, Homebois. Group C, Axis, EVOS VIP, Dingoz, and Bosskur. Group D, SMG, RSG, MAB, and ALMGHTY. And Group E, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, Team Huck, TABAH NC, and KHI Esports. The guest of honor for the league this time round, with PH joining into the mix. This is going to make things interesting, and let's be honest, a little bit more competitive now that we're bringing in some of the country prides into the league itself. Check out our today's matches or the schedule to look out for here. No longer do we have a show match, so don't worry about that. Every match counts. Every minute of your viewership is going towards a point in some of these teams, right? Match number 1, we're going to take Sanhok out of the equation with Team A, B, D, and E playing first, which means Group C will be sitting out on this one. Lucky for them, because it's the Sanhok map, and it's the only Sanhok map of the day. Axis Red 1, EVOS VIP, Dingoz Esports, and Team Bosskur, they do not have to deal with the random nature that is Sanhok, where it's so circle reliant, split with so many riverbanks and choke points where, it's almost impossible. This is what we have so far in the weekly rankings, with Dingoz on the number 1 spot so far without a chicken dinner. They came in fragging like the old Dingoz we know and love. They are wild dogs out on a hunt, and they have been hunting really, really well. 21 elimination points, not the highest. Obviously, Axis comes in with 24, but hey, to be up there without a single chicken dinner, that means consistency right there. Team Bosskur, obviously in second place. And let's take a look at the second draft here. Now, some of these teams that has a lot of spectacle on them. Kai Esports, or KHI Esports from the Philippines, obviously being the guest of honor for the league. A lot of eyeballs are on them, and them being the first PH team to represent within this league format. well, they have a lot of fans back in Philippines as well. Unfortunately, yesterday, not much has been seen by KHI. A couple pickoffs here and there. However, it's not the team PH would be proud of, but hopefully today they're going to come in stronger and bring in the heat. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals also as well, kind of struggling keeping up their pace here. So a lot of these new teams may benefit or may even suffer with this brand new format, because if we're going back down to the nitty-gritty details and historical information, we know that some of these teams who have been legends in the past also had problems trying to warm their engines up to get to where they perform ideally within the tournament. So these teams does not have the luxury of time to willy-nilly. But before we get into more of that, let's check out the brand new patch note 1.9 by PUBG Mobile itself. They're introducing a vibrant anniversary here, which comes with colorful spawn island, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycles, and new camps, which means possibly more loots on the inside. Just go explore it at your own discretion whenever you feel like it. Classic mode has been improved as well with a brand new bridge, recall mechanics, and other basic improvements, which we will get into details eventually, but this is where the highlight begins. Upgraded Cheer Park with the brand new look, competitive racing, and new firearms in a Metro Royale reunion and the Aftermath map, bringing in new zip lines. So make it as you may, it's going to be quite the interesting place to take fights on now that you've got zip lines. Is that going to be a disadvantage, seeing as though that when you're on the zip line, you're technically a moving target, but, you know, kind of a potato as well. Now, this is my favorite that was brought on by PUBG Mobile. Talking about, of course, the new mode called the balloon mode, or actually, I probably just butchered it. It's actually called Don't Turn Into a Balloon, but I might as well call it a balloon mode. How does this one work? It's for the 4th anniversary special here, in which people who get shot in this mode, no, you do not disappear or, you know, meet your graves or meet your maker. You instead have your heads explode into a balloon, actually inflated into a balloon, and you will then be floating on air until either two scenarios. Your teammate comes in and pop your head and save you another round in the game, or the opposing team just finishes you off. But mind you, when you're floating on the air, well, it's not your environment to play around with. It's not your battleground, so you're just sitting ducks. I wouldn't say sitting, I guess floating ducks makes more like it. That was all the good things that PUBG Mobile has brought to us for the 4th year anniversary. Do check that one out, okay? Go over to their app and, well, just download and update yourself with all the offerings that are coming in. Obviously, they have more. Yesterday, we had some skin. This time around, we didn't have much. Now, before we get into the first game of the day, since it is going to be a Sanhok, this is my prediction for the first winner chicken dinner in day number 2. Geek fam, because Sanhok, well, let's be honest, they got the final chicken dinner in the previous season. That's what won them the entire league, with a Sanhok chicken dinner, and I think luck might just be on their side once again. So Geek fam is my call for the taking this time round. If you have any objections, do let me know down in the comment below, okay? Again, I'm reading these comments, I'm reading these chats, and just so you know, I am not the moderator, so don't blame me for this if it gets deleted. Anyway, that's it for me. I know you want to get into the action, so without further ado, I'm gonna pass you on to the casters who will take you through this game number 1.
You know what they say? Once a keep, always a fam. Yeah, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring Country League. Together with us, your casters. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra. And Contra, I noticed something about Keith's social media handle.
Oh, what about it?
You can read it as K Deliso.
K Deliso.
Yeah, you know it
sounds fancy.
Yeah, it sounds like he came from mythical universe that you know everyone calls themselves like someone. So it's like K Deliso. There you go. Yeah.
You know what? I think that's pretty much cool, but what's even cooler? The Realme GT2 Pro. And it's greater than you see. I even need sunglasses just to ensure that, you know, man, I gotta filter in all those coolness. And with that, you know, with them being our official smartphone partners. This year, Realme, as a tech trendsetter, will partner with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports with best-in-class products. So make sure you guys check out the brand new GT2 in your nearest Realme stores.
And of course, don't forget to check out official digital telco partner Yoodo. Of course, we would like to invite you to switch over to Yoodo, and you can get free 5 GB of high-speed data plus 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data. All the data you need to play PUBG Mobile for the longest time. Or maybe like you can even heal from Sanhok till Erangel to Miramar, and you still be playing the game.
But you got to pick up all those packs first. And I'm glad that you brought up things about healing, because whenever we go into Sanhok, this is core great gameplay that competitive players go for, because that can guarantee you sufficient ranking points heading to the late game. But in order to stash all of that, that means that you have to look around the entire island to be able to do that. And speaking of the island, let's get right into it.
Let's get right into it. So it will be the same map sequence every day. Sanhok will be the first map, and you gotta just admire. So do you notice the what do you call that? The beard?
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I see a stubble or two.
Yeah, so that's your 1 second of fame there. But Contra, today your outfit reminds me of, you know, one of those Shaolin movies back in the day whereby there's this kid that wears these sunglasses.
Oh, was it like Shaolin Soccer? Was it
it was
Kung Fu Hustle?
It was even before. Okay, that's our age gap.
Okay.
I'll show you after this what I mean. That's our age. I watched that when I was little, so I can imagine that you might not be born
I
yet.
do recall quite a number of like movies, whether it's from Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, or you know, those Wong Fei-hung movies. I think like you do look a little bit like you're from, you know, that kind of era.
Yeah.
It's a compliment.
Yeah, probably a little bit before that. But okay, I'll fact check that later on. But let's fact check our game today. So a few changes here from yesterday. Of course, based on grouping, EVOS VIP will not be playing in this round. Hence, KHI will be dropping into Langkawi.
Oh, that's going to be pretty interesting, especially when you have Farang Legends, who's going to be pretty close by. Now, take a look at the Temple Hills, though. We have both ALMGHTY as well as Homebois being quite close to each other. But from that POV, it may seem as if that it's just going to be them going pretty up close and personal. Boo now has to deal with the rest of MAB, who's currently infiltrating the boot camp.
Okay, I mean, this happened during scrims. They were contesting for boot camp, and now they're continuing the contest. Calamity will take down Biu, but will be traded by the opponent. So 1-for-1 at least. So MAB yesterday dropped into port. Now they want to retake back boot camp from GENEXUS, and so far so good for them. They managed to get a kill onto Biu.
Well, I guess that it's a huge shift of a paradigm when we take a look at how this season is compared to how it used to be for the past few seasons, where usually they establish a little bit more of a gentleman's agreement where, okay, I've already got this sector to myself, and nobody comes to challenge. Oh, great save there coming from Calamity. Just having to pick up John in the nick of time. But take a look at Snappy, though. He's on the outskirt, so that gives us a little bit of room to talk about this a little bit further. So past few seasons, it was, you know, well, traditionally we want to call it Arof. Now they're Team Hawk, and they're no longer in bootcamp. I think like they're doing things very differently as compared to what it used to be. But are they in this game? Yes, they are. THQ. I wonder where are they dropping this time around?
If I remember, oh yeah, they dropped in Painan this round for today. Yesterday, when Geek Fan wasn't playing, they dropped in Ruins. So they're kind of like a nomad. Remember like how SMG was last season? So Team Hawk is basically doing the SMG. So there'll be two teams apparently doing the SMG. Will be Team Hawk as well as KHI Esports. And here we have it, the total damage. Kim yesterday was our man of the day. No surprises, to be honest. I think he's a phenomenal player, and he has been he was the FMVP during RSG's win in Season 3.
Indeed, they were. And, you know, even before RSG, he used to play in another team as well that have given him a whole lot of limelight, because as a support player, he's having one of the highest frags of the league. That was like back in, what, Season 2? It's been like more than a year or so. But then again, RSG, what I really do like about this season is that they're introducing brand new players. Even though Small Boy is the captain of the team, from what I have gotten to know, speaking to some of the people that is there. Now, they're definitely trying a lot of new stuff with their new roster. So you see Luke as well as Brian being the new addition to the team. And yesterday, it wasn't only Kim that popped off. I think in those crucial moments of the final few circle, Brian did a whole lot of damage as well.
Yeah, no doubt. The two new players definitely contributed big. But they did well during the last game. The first 3 games wasn't that good. So maybe it's a warm-up or an adaptation, you know, new players having the feel of the pace of the PMPL. Maybe we'll see a better RSG today. I'll be looking forward to see when Ranger will be playing, though.
Yeah, and not only that, Small Boy hasn't get himself featured since yesterday's run. I really do wonder, when are we seeing the both of them? Well, we've already seen Stone play since day 1, and Drax only making a little bit of appearance. I see that little paw on the ground, always looking pretty cute. So, other than cuteness, of course, Yoodo Alliance, they show a lot of feistiness, but haven't been able to get back to the same form that they had in the past season.
Yeah, so that was the debate that we had yesterday. Is the inclusion of Voki necessary? I mean, not to say that he's a bad player, he's a phenomenal player, but because Yoodo Alliance, they have played with the same composition for the longest time, and they had a lot of success with that lineup without Voki. Now putting Voki in, yes, he's a good player individually, but maybe as a team, they still need to sync up more.
Indeed, and I guess it's more of them needing to make adjustments throughout the period of the league, since it's just day 2. As we are currently moving over to Almighty. Early on, we've spotted a few members of, if I'm not mistaken, Homebois on the other corner. SMG, though, taking over Paradise Resort. You know, Paradise Resort is a place where a lot of teams like to loiter and also make it as one of their checkpoints. So SMG, they are making proactive moves. They're trying to reposition. I really do want to take a look at the circle once again, because it seemed like it's going to shift into different areas compared to the central zone. While we got some brand new hairstyle coming from Matt Toy, loving his new look. And also, I've been checking out some of their Instagram as well. Apparently, Matt Toy is finally here in Malaysia.
Oh, yes, he is. He is currently staying with the team. They made arrangements for him to come here. So I guess, I mean, as compared to one person being in Thailand and the rest of the teams in Malaysia, it definitely will help with the communications for the team, especially when it comes to post-game, because that's when you want to get together and you want to talk things through, or you want to just see the reactions of other people, and especially as a captain, in-game leader, that will help you to make better decisions, or even how to motivate your teammates.
That's right, and I think it's really crucial, especially when you are around the house, because human interaction goes a long way. Yes, social distance is also a thing, especially with the dynamic going around, but, you know, everyone's pretty much accustomed to the new normal already, while I really do hope eventually we'll get back into an offline setting so that we have more crazy banters between the teams when they're just going to be taunting each other, or like just having a little bit more psychological warfare.
Yeah, the last time we saw that was in PMPL Season 1. I still remember Bapa, recently known as SMG. Back then, there was a big banter between them and I think the rest of the world. So that was really fun. And that one thing that I remember back in Season 1 was when Singapore, that time was Impunity Esports, they managed to get the first ever chicken dinner for Singapore, and everyone gave a standing ovation. So that was insane that time. I mean, it's just the vibe of how the crowd reacts. So you really miss that.
Yeah, like this is the level of sportsmanship that we do have here in the PMPL, and I really want to see that happen again in, you know, future events, or even if it's currently done online. I believe that there's also a lot of mutual respect that goes around. Sure, there's going to be beef between player A, player B. It happens from time to time, but of course, who doesn't like a little bit of drama? For now, I guess in Sanhok, there's not too much of drama to begin with.
Yeah, pretty steady. But I do agree with what you say. There needs to be a little bit of drama here and there, not because of the drama, but of course because of the level of entertainment and some mutual respect drama. Why not? And bantering is doing kind of okay, as long as we keep it at a mutual pace. You know, if you get what I mean.
I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, as it goes, like since you mentioned SMG early on, so basically this is a entire roster shift that we're having here. So you got ex-players of multiple teams now coming together, and for the past season, I believe that they were under J8 Esports for a couple of them, such as Smile as well as DamnCutie. So I guess that certain teams, when they do move into a new home, they do have fresh new spirit. And yesterday, SMG definitely dominated back in the Sanhok match, and let's see whether they could do it again.
Well, I felt that they kind of bought the circle yesterday, so it was
one way or another.
Yeah. Plus, they only got 3 eliminations in Sanhok yesterday, so it kind of tells you that okay, they just need to stick at one place, defend their location, and the chicken dinner landed on them. So this time, it's slightly different. They needed to move a little bit, but now that we're seeing the second circle, they're still in it. I'll keep my thoughts to whether they will be a formidable force in Sanhok, whether they can shoot their way through, just like how we know them back in the day of Wolf Arof and so on and so forth. But speaking about SMG, the moment we talk about them, Jenny goes down.
Yeah, and he's getting pinned by RSG. Our team that received the chicken dinner on the final match of day 1, where they're definitely going to be keeping their eyes on those hills for the moment. But look at Kim's position. He's coming in with a really far flank. He could possibly keep a lookout on Mile as well as Anik Boy. Jenny still has a little bit of space if SMG really wants to go for the save. Well, still phase 2. You won't be seeing teams charging at each other. A little bit of wear and tear will be done. But after all that commotion, I think it's really important that they keep their eyes on the timer, especially when it closes up, because they only got 40 seconds before this blue zone shifts in.
Not only that, they need to keep their ears on ground as well. So because Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals is just hovering around the corner. So we have 3 teams in the same era. The good news is that they're all in the circle, so I guess it's going to be mostly warning shots. Jenny has been revived by his teammate, and we don't see RSG really pushing in. Not really a big reason for RSG to do so as well. So it's more of just these teams asserting their territory.
Indeed, and we saw great shots coming in from Mile, doing a truck ton of damage onto RSG, but that's not going to deter Luke for the moment. He just have to keep himself healthy. I'm pretty sure by now they should have enough boosters to regenerate to 100%. Unless if he doesn't, then yeah, you stick with 70, it's still pretty much doable. What? Look at this though. Kim up close and personal, spots out DamnCutie, should be able to secure the first point. He just got to ensure no one's gonna be around. SMG, they continuously get tagged. RSG is winning the trade.
Wow, very proactive move there coming in from Kim, and he's definitely someone that has a lot of game sense. I have no doubt about that capability coming in from Kim, and if you were to send anyone to go for the flank, it will definitely be Kim. He is the right guy to do that. And with that being done, doesn't seem that DamnCutie can be picked up. If they were to take that risk, they'll be gunned down. But then again, it's a confirmation that Kim will receive that elimination point.
Indeed, and we also have another player taken out as well. I believe it should be from a different team. GENEXUS, early on, we saw BuBu getting knocked. So a little bit of trouble for GENEXUS. Yesterday, the best run was back in Miramar, where they got quite a lot of points from ranking position. Take a look at this, though. Team Secret only having Kid on the corners of Paradise Resort. Sem9's got to be extremely careful with this.
Yeah, we have the new Kid on the block, on the other block that is, and he sees Sem9 clearly. That's what he gets to. Can he get the third one? He still has 90% of health left, and with the DPS in hand, no one's going to escape that. 3 knockdowns coming in from Kid, and Seb9 is falling apart.
My goodness me! So swiftly he does it just by hiding by, like, what? Those bricks? I don't even know what to call them for now, but Team Secret continues on this El Clasico match and left only the captain of Seb9 to work wonders here in Sanhok. But how much more can Farang do in this situation? He's pretty far from the circle, and he's got like 16 packs of first aid, so he can play the healing game, but he will need to expend majority of it early.
No doubt he's going to play the healing game, and Seb9 will be glad that it wasn't Farang going down. If not, they'll lose everything, and Team Secret will be the happiest person to receive 16 first aids. That will definitely help them to get as high as possible into the placement charts. But now they won't waste any more time, they will just leave that. But just check this out again. So Kid, with 2 knocks back to back, he has a DBS in his hand, and from that sort of range, you are not going to escape a DBS.
It's just so beautiful. That definitely deserves a standing ovation itself. Like, the way he handled that 1 versus 3, sure, he was all alone, but when Seb9 wasn't really worried of their surrounding, yeah, you get that first pickoff, that's cool, but the second trigger on that M4 and immediately switching to that DBS, that is basically him showing that he's got that perfect reflex to handle situations as such. Doesn't matter if Team Secret had 4 or only 1. I believe that so long as you have Kid being alive, Team Secret remains to be a threat to everybody else.
Yeah, in my opinion is that if you want to win fights solo, Kid is definitely the best person. I'll rate him even higher than even say Fredo or Aisha. It's not to say that they're bad, but Kid is just like, he's very, very independent. But here we go, so it's going to be Team Secret against MAB. Kid is going to come in from the other angle. Moki will go down, Matoy as well, so there will be a trade happening there. And Kid is all alone, but backup has arrived.
Indeed, and Fredo brings in his buggy. The rest of MAB Esports have not left this entire section of bootcamp for the whole time, so they know where exactly to guard off. So MAB, they will have those angles, but it's Kim from far range coming with those tags of the M4. 6x scope, enough for him to do the trick, bringing down eye shots. So this is gonna be a little bit tricky for Team Secret to carry on this battle against MAB.
Oh yeah, it's even trickier the fact that they are not in the circle. Now we have Jenny out in the open by Kid. Oh, he's gonna pull the trigger, and there you go, Kid. Doesn't know what hit him from behind.
My goodness. After that clutch moment against Seb9, it feels like a little bit of sloppiness have been shown, because they were thinking that, oh, by the blue zone there shouldn't be any other team, and they were absolutely wrong. Now, Jenny's gonna be tasting a little bit of lead right there, with Kim still eyeing down onto him, while Calamity goes ahead to pick up what they've managed to spot out as well. So they got to thank RSG Kim for that.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like there's a domino effect, like one team after another. But now let's check out the circle. So Farang is still safe. He's definitely playing the healing game now with about 16 first aids the last time we saw him. Other than that, R2K is on the outside of the zone. But what's interesting as well, Farang Lejund is going up against KHI on the outskirts of Kuwari, and they are still playing on the outside of the zone.
Yeah, meanwhile, as we look into the new update, it's going to be bringing more and more teams into the Pineline section. Whoever is not crossing that bridge right now is going to hurt a whole lot, not only by the blue zone, but for those who are already inside. They're going to put in a little bit more of a pressure. Now, KHI, they're pretty much segregated. Helton's going to rush into Racket, who's going to be able to secure 1 point back for KHI. Now down to Homebois. He's got resources to burn, while they are having a little bit of battle right down in the bootcamp once again. MAB wins the trade as they take out SMG.
And Olio has 27 packs of first aids. Not a surprise if you ask me, because Dingoz isn't playing, so they have the entire sector to loot. The only thing is that they cannot lose to KHI. Of course, if they lose to KHI, if Olio goes down to KHI, it's down to Adilu, and it depends whether they can do it or not. But KHI, now with only Homebois, he's not going to make that decision to go on. He's going to play the safe route. He's going to avoid the fight and try to survive as long as possible.
Yeah, that's the smartest option out there available. While we do have QB marking onto Brian, well, he's basically tanking every damage. That spray transition not really looking to be a clear sight. Well, he will get another view onto Luke, bring down to 40%. Still, nothing gathered by Geek Fam thus far, but it's going to be ALMGHTY that will get a snipe onto Clutch Guerilla. NC's going to be picking up a battle of their own, but RG wants to take this up close personal. Huge nade out of Snipes.
I mean, your name is Snipes, bro. Your name is not Explode or something like that. But anyway, that's a really, really good toss of a nade coming in for Snipes, and he will secure his first elimination point in this round and his second elimination point. But now the zone is starting to close in. He only has 4 first aids in hand. Now we pan over to Kim with only 4 first aids as well. Looks like RSG not going to go for the healing game.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for them to maneuver around, but at least you have 2 of RG's veteran players still intact. They can still navigate their way towards the south side. Instead, R2K, they've managed to squeeze by the corner of the southern part of the map, while they have to do it with JPNC, while Yoodo Lions getting a little bit more of an infiltration from Geek Fam, as they will have Same being dropped out, while the rest of Geek Fam, they're cutting by the corner, and they've also been seeked out already. But Buru goes ahead to eliminate Geek Fam. That nade almost brought Snipes down.
All right, good news for Farang Legend. Olio is still alive, so he will be the healer in this round. So it's not going to be Helton. They have changed hands. Surprisingly, though, I thought Olio has a lot of firepower in him. But that's a debate for another time. Now, checking out the circle, it favors to NC. And NC, they're the type of team that likes to play the healing game as well, but doesn't seem to be required this time.
Yeah, JPNC. Well, NC will just have a whole lot of safety net for them to work around, unless it's R2K wants to go for it. Oh my goodness. And it's not only Olio that's going down. Look at Pine on itself. Geek Fam goes in to clear her up, but there's another nade dropping in. Nothing that he could do, even with the DPS. GENEXUS has got them numbered.
Bruh, Olio going down, that is huge. He was the one holding 20 each first aids, and he went down. That means Farang Legends, there's no way for them to play the healing game anymore.
Yeah, it's quite a bummer, and I really hope that somebody else gets those 20 over packs, but take a look at this, though. Homebois now popping and exchanging grenades after grenades, and ALMGHTY, they're being held back, and how much longer can they tank all these damage that's coming from Homebois?
Oh, Homebois will need to find their way through. I don't think they are playing the healing game. It's not that strat. KHI will be eliminated at 11th place with 2 elimination points, but they need to go up against AMT. AMT put up a fight yesterday. Homebois trying to find a good angle, but at the same time, they will be pressured by the blue.
Indeed, they will be. And look at Homebois. They're also pressured to get their entry, while R2K is going to be able to get all of these numbers from the top side of the hill, so everyone else have to worry about those angles, and they're way too occupied by trying to get themselves into safety, while we still have Trix here trying to hold the rest of AMT, while Ampro tries to cut by the side, and Harm's going to be able to snipe another member of ALMGHTY.
And GENEXUS will be eliminated at 9th place, and 8th place still waiting for the official counter, so it's going to be Farang Legends. Without Olio, there's no way they can play the healing game, thus not able to go up at least to the top 3. Now it's down to Homebois again. They still need to move without circle on their side, but at the same time, we can see that Trix will be pressured. He will need to loot up, and you need to take care of other teams on the left.
They do. 7 more still left available in play, and I believe that THQ was also struggling at the moment. 2 members were knocked early on, so they will have to expend some of the meds very early. Zully cuts by the corner, while they still have Homebois trailing them from the back. Heiko gets dropped. Did manage to sniff them out while they hurt those shots. NC's going to trade right back. Finding those angles right. Damas dropping that nade, but couldn't get anything at all. It does connect onto 2. It's only down Trix.
Oh, and we have that will be eliminated by house, showing it how it's done. And THQ will be eliminated in 6th place. Homebois should be able to recover. I think they should be playing just by the edge of the circle. Should give them enough time for him to pick up his teammates.
It's pretty tough as well. They're not really popping the smokes while NC's being pretty close by, and Alex tries to seek them out, but he doesn't really know the whereabouts of the rest of Homebois. R2K, they have Echo playing by the edges. That's the only safe space that they could possibly work with. Outskirts of the blue, while Hawk tries to tank it all while there is tags after tags coming from Ares, but he will be pinned down once again. Now down to Jerome, the only healthy member remaining from ALMGHTY.
Jerome will need to hang on as long as possible. Now, Homebois, they managed to reset, so they're back to 3 team members. But earlier, I noticed that Echo is playing the healing game, so R2K has one representative on the outside the zone. NC, technically, they didn't really need to move much, so they have all the resources in hand. They still have a full squad, and they still have somewhat of a compound.
Indeed they do. While ALMGHTY have already gotten tagged up, Jerome's all the way by the other side of the corner, so he's only got to do one thing and one thing only. Slowly crawl his way in and maybe sneak up on some of these members of Homebois. So, though that R2K, they had a really perfect angle against many of these teams. They got those frag numbers now to secure that chicken dinner. It's going to be really difficult. So I guess the best option here is to play it really slowly and just slowly heal their way out of this. Frankie getting closer and closer, while NC, they just gotta play their part to take out Homebois, and Jerome might assist onto this.
And Jerome, oh no! Had to come in from behind, takes over from Jerome, but then again, there's not enough time to pick up top. Is it enough time? Oh yes, they do have enough time, but look at the circle. It favors NC. I'm gonna say it again. This is NC's chicken dinner to lose.
Perhaps so. I'm thinking about Homebois having some pretty good chance on this as well. So long as those nades don't connect, then they should be good to go. Now, as much as NC have those numbers advantage, take a look at the surroundings. There's not too much cover. A lot of open areas where if they run out without those smokes being placed in the right direction, they can possibly be holding out for a long time for Homebois, but they do already have one member to heal out, so I guess there's a little bit of safety net.
The worst case is that they have one member, I believe it was Magix. He has 24 first aids. Obviously, he didn't need to use much as they got the circle most of the time. And yeah, naturally, they like to play the healing game. So they have the backup of like, okay, either we play the healing game or we play a regular game at this point. Plus, they have more manpower than Homebois. And with that nade on the thumb, that will be taken down. Now it's NC's game.
Indeed it is, and they could slowly wrap it all up. 360, while Bard, he does get one back though. Some damage being done, but that's all that they can do. TABAH NC with the first win.
There's no way they can do a GENEXUS there. So it's NC winning this first chicken dinner today, and congratulations to our boys from the Crispy Land.
Yes, the Circle God smiles in favor of TABAH NSEA as they secure themselves their chicken dinner, the very first one here in day number 2 in week number 1 of the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'm your host for today, it's Keith, and we will get into how did they manage to score themselves this chicken dinner, but I guess there's not much of a surprise there, seeing as though it is Sanhok, and well, judging by the circle and where it closed out, obviously the advantage goes to one side. However, nothing pulled away from them because they still remarkably played that one out. But before we get into more of that, here's the patch note. In case you already forgot, in the PUBG Mobile version 1.9, Vibrant Anniversary has been introduced here with some colorful spawn islands, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycles, and new camps, including the new classic mode improvements with the introduction of a new bridge, recall mechanic, and other basic improvements as well, which we do have the detailed version. I will tell you a little bit more into it later on. Here's the Actually, why don't I just tell you right now, right? Because, you know, upgraded Cheer Park, you see it, it is very colorful as it is, Aftermath, but this is not really factoring into the entire game itself. The classic mode, now that one, you want to know a little bit more, so why don't I tell you about classic mode, okay? The version 1.9 in classic mode now introduce you some improvements mechanically whereby you now have countdown timer reminders, actually. So you're not gonna lose track of time, get ahead of yourself, stay in fights you maybe shouldn't have taken in the first place, and instead play the game as it's supposed to be. Viewpoint adjustment, so that one people might need to get time to get used to. Quick voice wheel, just in case you want to be toxic, and some improvements in terms of the controls. You can now pick up firearms underwater. So if you do see a loot crate down there, don't be so shy, just go on, hop onto it. With other more improvements here, climbing, swap firearms, yeah, you can go read that one up, or just play the game itself and learn as you go. You know, that's just what gamers do. I don't know about you, but I skip tutorials, but that's also a reason why I'm here running my mouth instead of actually playing the game competitively. So learn from my mistakes, don't suck like I do, and maybe get to know the patch a little bit more. Once again, that was the PUBG Mobile version 1.9, classic mode 1.9. Read all about it, and also read all about Tencent and their history. It's because it's been 4 years now in the making with the whole PUBG Mobile. Thank you for that, and go spam onto their pages. So going back onto the game though, we have a bunch of things to discuss, right? Circle, was it a fair one? I would say it's fairly even, at least until the 6th or the 5th, 6th circle onwards. That's when things get a bit iffy. That's where some teams gained advantage just by being where they are, but that is just the nature of PUBG Mobile or Battle Royale or just Sanhok in general, seeing as though that you've got, choke points and water that's within your way, so it's not as convenient as most of the other maps. Now, take a look at the match rankings that we have this time round. TABAH NSEA bags themselves that chicken dinner at 5 kills, 15 points. Homebois coming in second, very impressive. Could have been theirs, however, they had so many factors to get by to even achieve the 2nd spot, and it was really close. It could have gone either way here, if I'm being honest. It wasn't a one-sided game, however, maybe TABAH NSEA just wanted by an edge with the utilities that they have. Geek fam, the team that I predicted to get winner chicken dinner, obviously, because I'm always wrong, they did not. However, they did get the MVP title here with Snipe on 4 kills or 4 elimination, 527 damage, 3.1 MVP points, and nearly 50% of the team contribution on this man's shoulder. This kid may be small, but he's carrying the whole team here. And 47 meters longest elimination distance. Surely it's not the most impressive, but that's just stats from his side. That wasn't the highlight of his contribution. TABAH NSEA now moves up onto #1 spot here with their first ever chicken dinner. 14th elimination, however, seeing as though they are so consistent with themselves, 45 in the rank points. And after 5 matches of being played, 59 total points, not too far, not too shabby. Geek fam as well, being consistent. If it wasn't for the fact that GENEXUS, who opened the opportunity for them, closed it shut as well, they could have probably get even further. But hey, second place, I'll take that any day. Meanwhile, second draft here, these teams still not seeing the light of day. And that is KHI Esports, who is kind of struggling a little bit. MAB did show up a little bit. They've had their moments. They've fought teams like Team Secret and nearly even come out on top. So MAB Esports might have life in them yet. However, still far from the, well, 18th spot by nearly a margin of 10 points. So the disparity is pretty huge. Now it's all about getting up onto the first draft and even the top 5 position, because let's be honest, I mean, let me remind you, right? Because your remuneration in points on the overall depends on where you end in the overall standings. So no longer is that point as important. It's more important that you get those points up to be where you're at in the standings. Okay, top 5, sure, 20 all the way down to 15 points. Still decent enough to move on to the next week. Now, however, I will break it down for you on how that chicken dinner has been achieved here. In fact, I'm not gonna draw your time anymore further. Let's just go take a look. Here is the map of Sanhok, in which this circle has spawned itself pretty dead even in the center, which a lot of teams, I guess, were kind of happy to look forward to, right? TABAH, they spawned all the way down in Nakam, the compounds down in bottom, in the southwestern side. So there was not much of a traveling they had to do. They did send one people on forward to scout, and eventually when things are all clear, eventually make their rotation towards the circle. Now, a lot of other teams did this thing as well. They saturated the center of the circle, because when it comes to Sanhok, it's about who gets there first, because rotation, it's a little bit hard. As you can see, everyone just saturates in there, hoping. This is where it comes down to a little bit of luck. They've got their fingers crossed, hoping for the circle to pull on upwards, or at least on the island side of things, on the right island side of things, which it did not. So a lot of the teams that made that prediction, unfortunately, had to go through a heap load of obstacles, and that's why Homebois, the fact that they made it onto the second place is very impressive itself. As you can see, they had so much to look out against here. Geek fam, obviously, they had to go up against Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals eventually over at Painan, and they had their opportunity as GENEXUS threw nades through the door, wiping some of the members of Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. Geek fam went on in to try and go in for the cleanup. Unfortunately, they instead took the nades from GENEXUS themselves. So that skirmish over at Painan actually opened door for Homebois to make the rotation through the bridge and actually got them into a better situation, seeing as though that the circle has been in a 60-40 ratio split, with the southern side of the island taking majority of it. So this is the part where I was talking about over here. Painan was here as well. Touch Guerilla, obviously we didn't see much of them, but they were in the area. TABAH always had the circle on an easier path, seeing as though they are not in the saturated side, so they could afford to stay in their compound for the longest of time. R2K was the team right next to them. They were the only team that could potentially stop them in their tracks. However, seeing as though, although R2K did have high ground advantage and have a wider spread in the map, yeah, TABAH did have compound, so they did not need to over-peak at any given point of time, seeing as though that they are still well within circles. So R2K being forced to move out from the jungle itself, risking being exposed and getting even probably shot down in the process. And I believe towards the end, R2K resulted into a healing game with Echo being the last man standing. And speaking about healing game, Sam9, Man Farang, although he's only got like that 16 medkits that the casters were talking about, he didn't make it all the way till like, I think the top 5 or top 6 position just by healing his way through. So yeah, pretty impressive stuff from him. Homebois finally making it into the circle here. As you can see, they did choose to occupy the high ground on the western side of the split. TABAH soon realizes that they have to leave the compounds they are currently residing in. However, they do still have some sort of protection here. Now, take a look at the left-hand side where 3 teams reside. Based on just this layout alone, you would assume that Team Hawk had all the advantage in the world. They had the covers to make it around with. However, Homebois did have a sharp eye with Bard and Tam guarding one side and Iron Pro together with Trix guarding the other. So this split actually got them so much vital information throughout the game. And when they spot out ALMGHTY, they took them down, unfortunately leaving one, which was a thorn in a bush here, which could have been, I guess, in a certain degree did contribute to some of the failed attempt from Homebois here, because with one of the members of ALMGHTY shooting Trix down, that kind of put them in a stop here, and that leaves NSEA with more time to maybe just think and strategize things out. But eventually, just looking at the last few circle and its layout, like the caster said, or at least one of them, they mentioned Homebois actually did have the advantage. They had the higher ground, they had the covers to play around with rocks. However, what lucked out was that they did not have utilities any longer, and NSEA, being as passive as they were, because they could afford it, because the circle was already on them, they can finally just throw nades onto the side of Homebois. Well, then Homebois did not stand a chance because, well, utilities. It's all a game about efficiency and resources in the end of the day. So that was it for the breakdown here. Congratulations to TABAH NSEA, their first chicken dinner, now on the #1 spot. Homebois, good job though, having to take the path of most resistance. We are going to kick into a short break, and when we come back, we've got more action here live for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith. I'll see you after this very, very short break.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, Mos, gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action!
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar. Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 point tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je.
Memang easy.
Free point je kot. Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Bot je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us, since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate weh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Siapa? Tak kenal tu. Sorry tu. I think exist because of jumper. Actually he replaced Voke punya tempat, because we know Voke how he handle apa lah.
As I know, like Haiku went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there.
Trash talk lah kan? Tim Bosskur lah, Tim Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance, so don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
For rival, sebab ada Voki. Sebab Boki tak suka kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab team dia tu cakap firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Mia tu yang acah-acah harimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
The flight chooses to launch into 22 PMPL Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Spring Split to take off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kusa. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up on fight until you
teruskan
succeed.
impian
Stand up.
kita.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
we are. We have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see okay, I can see someone's dropping over, and that's about it. But we have look here. Finally, we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some elimination points for himself, I guess. And it's just a party that's happening. I don't know when you're gonna call that platform. King of the platform, I guess.
Well, King of the Skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's W1D2 from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just pulling. Just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day. I guess that with more and more things happening, we have ALMGHTY just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, ALMGHTY definitely wants more, and then one day to rule them all. I mean, ALMGHTY. Yeah, just did that.
Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all four still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by Realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back onto the PMPL MYSGPH Spring. This is the 2022 edition with PH hopping aboard. Welcome aboard, our guest of honors, Mabuhay. All right, that's the only Filipino word I know. Don't try and push it any more further, okay? Besides the gaming language, that's all the decency I could give. Now, we are going into the next game of the day. Well, just to introduce myself, I am Keith. That is Keith Delicio, as one of the casters asked me to read it out. I don't know for what reason, but hey, it plugs me. I'm happy. I'm gonna do it anyways. We're going into the next game of the day, the next match, and that is going to be taking place all the way in Miramar. No, Erangel. Erangel first, and then Miramar. I like Miramar, that's why I'm jumping the gun here. So Erangel is coming up next. The balance match of the day, right? Erangel, nobody can complain about the layout. It's got decent geography, decent hills to play around with, decent compounds, and decent loot with not many of the rivers cutting in between. However, they are not many doesn't mean zero at all, so they have to put that in consideration, especially yesterday where we saw a lot of teams dropping down in Sosnovka military base here. So I'm sure that should give some ideas to some of these teams on how they're going to play this one out. But of course, Erangel still stands true as it is, as the most balanced competitive map here in the PUBG Mobile series. Now, if you have some time to spare, go over to PUBG Mobile and all their social sites and DM them, okay? Wish them for me, actually wish them from you, from the bottom of your heart, a very happy birthday, right? It's their 4th year anniversary and they're doing a lot of nice things for you. But just a quick recap on what happened in the previous matchup here. We've got an overall kill of 45 elimination and the most damage going to the side of Geek Snipe at 527 damage. Geek fam again getting the representative on the board here. TABAH coming in 2nd place, albeit being a bit more passive, having the circle. They didn't need to really go out and huddle for points, and despite the lack thereof, here he is at number 2. Lackspot's the name, and MAB Esports finally showing some of that green stripes here with Iftar at 435, and this is a team that could put Team Secret to the test here, as we saw earlier on when it clashed over in boot camp. Now, we are going into the next matchup here over in Erangel. The teams that will be playing is A, B, C, and D. That means Group E will be sitting out, which includes Yoodo Alliance 4 rival Team Hawk, TABAH, who had the chicken dinner previously, and everyone's favorite KHI Esports will be sitting out of this match here. So Erangel, these are the teams that will be playing. And finally, the team that are finally in play for today is Group C. We're going to see the first time ever Axis Red 1 showing up. EVOS VIP, Dingoz is back, and Team Bosskur. So it all goes down to what I have to say, because let's be honest, right? Everything that comes out of my mouth seems to be cursed. and all the teams that I've been voted all came close, but falling it short. So the casters are making a mockery out of me, saying that, you know, whoever I vote just go off too soon. So I'm going to make that next prediction here as well, right? And I think that prediction is going to be... I really hate to do this, guys. Like, trust me, it's so much... There's so much pressure in trying to make these sort of calls, because in the end of the day, they're going to blame you if things didn't happen. And people are a bit superstitious here in Southeast Asia, right? So this is my prediction. Dingoz, the team that was formerly #1, however, they missed out on the first match today because they were not included within the groups that were playing. Now I will vote for them, Dingoz, to take home the chicken dinner. Although they haven't had a single chicken dinner, but I think with the consistency they've shown and the firepower they bring into the game, it seems more likely than not that eventually they are going to get that chicken dinner. So Dingoz is the team. I'm calling it out here in this balanced match of Erangel. And as we all know, Dingoz, they're wild dogs and they're hunting and hungry. Without further ado, this is the second match of the day, all the way in Erangel. Casters, please take it away.
And of course, once again, it's Contra as well as Sir Cloud here on the casting desk. And well, hopefully today's gonna be Keith's lucky day to get his first ever chicken dinner prediction right. So before we get into that, of course, formalities first. You guys are tuning into the PUBG Mobile Pro League, MYSGPH, and all of this, of course, is hosted by PUBG Mobile, where you can check out a lot of cool stuff. It's their 4th year anniversary, so happy birthday to you, PUBG Mobile. So, Sir Cloud, last matchup in Sanhok definitely looking pretty hot, while we had NSEA to take away that chicken dinner.
Yeah, so NSEA got the chicken dinner. There were a few interesting plays, especially when it comes to the El Clasico between the Team Secret as well as 7-9. Team Secret read 7-9 like a book, thought that they would go through Paradise Resort and caught them off guard. So that is where they got advantage over 7-9. But of course, that is on round number 1. Round number 2, some of the teams wouldn't be playing, and we'll be seeing the debut of some of these other teams, as was mentioned by our host earlier on, Keith. So can't wait to see how much will this impact our Erangel. If you kind of think about it, this Erangel is actually the same grouping as yesterday's last game Erangel. So it's pretty much round 2 for the teams.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And that time, it was RSG that took the chicken dinner, as we will hop for another sort of rematch in matter of seconds here. This time around, it's gonna be Group E that will be sitting in out. Wow, we hop over to everyone's favorite map, as this is basically the default place to start things off with. But just judging by this flight, we're coming in all the way from the south corner all the way into Georgia Pole. So I'm definitely excited to see where this will show the first circle.
This flight path is exactly the same route as yesterday's last game, just on the opposite side. Like yesterday was like from top to bottom, now it's from bottom to top, but on the left side as well. So will we see a repeat of some same strats? So yesterday, some changes for the drop points because of like ALMGHTY, for example. Severny is a bit far for them, same goes for Sem9, so both of those teams drop into Novo. Unfortunately for Sem9, they dropped later than ALMGHTY. ALMGHTY had the upper hand against them. But looking at the current drop, looks like both teams are not going to drop at Novo. They might want to they might be aiming at their original drop spot, and that also means that somewhere in between we might see some early fights too.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, especially when it comes down to this drop point, right? Just take a look at the south side of Pachinki. Plenty of teams are looking for those early vehicles to get to places like Yasna Polyana, Milta, and even Lipovka if possible. So there may not be that many vehicle options out there, so they just got to squeeze right in. But to those that are already around that flight path, that's good news, because they don't really have to rotate too far, as the first phase covers Quarry, Gatka, and also some parts of Pachinki.
Right, so this kind of circle, everyone would, normally teams would say that, hey, it's probably going to be on the main peninsula, maybe somewhere around Quarry or Gatka. Okay, I don't see a reason why Micah needs to shoot, but okay, just flexing his fingers. I mean, this is their first round anyway, so might as well. But oh no, now Brian's in trouble.
Is this the second time that Brian gets himself into this situation? Yesterday we saw him dance around in Miramar. This time could he avoid it? Yes, he does. Oh, some packs coming up. Brian's gonna be knocked out by Iron Pro, so it's a little bit of a story to tell. Iron Pro used to be from RSG.
Ooh, yeah.
And this time they start off by picking them off.
It's like the senior picking on the junior, right?
Yeah, new kid on the block. Yeah, let Big Brother show you what they've got.
Yeah, so, oh well, unfortunately for RSG, they'll be playing with 3 team members for the rest of the game. I wonder if Small Boy is playing though. Hopefully we'll be able to pan over to see their lineup. But, okay, Bosskur not bossing the skies.
Well, at least it didn't land on the back though. So, they're pretty much fine. When you go on the glider, you gotta pick up speed before you go up in the air. And finally, they will be having a better cruise, but they're also going towards the direction of the tree. Man, these guys are just like us. You know, we talked about not having the license to fly. And, well, hopefully they just graduated.
Hey, if it's only you, don't drag me into this, okay? Like,
fair enough.
I'm a decent pilot, you know.
Show me your license.
Well, that's why I'm a co-pilot, because if I show you my license and the way I fly, like, you won't have a job.
Right.
Captain. Just saying. Just kidding, anyway.
Yeah, I guess we'll just stay on the mic for now. Well, pilots do have their own mic. And usually they only talk when they begin the flight, when they were about to land, and I guess talking about landing. Now, RTK is definitely in a really good place where they start off in Quarry, where a majority of the section covers up phase 1. In fact, it's close to the center. And I love all these skins that all these players are flexing with. Just take a look at, you know, Damroot and the rest of the squad itself. They're always stashed up. You know what I really do miss? The skins on those vehicles, like, you know, Teslas. And I heard that there's going to be a new collaboration with PUBG Mobile along with Lamborghini.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. That would cover a lot of cars, including the ones that have been released before.
Yeah, and
interesting.
I really do want to see if they could basically go in for a race one day. I don't know if they're going to be featuring Murcielago or Galados. The list goes on with Lamborghini. But speaking of Lamborghini, that's also a player's name back in PMPL Vietnam. Yeah, they have a bunch of names over there. That's pretty much race cars.
Yeah, I know, right? Who was it again? So that's that, and yeah, I forgot. I think there were a couple of them. Pretty interesting bunch. It felt like they could have a whole racetrack of their own at some point. But yeah, so Team Secret. I mean, it's not the it's not a starry start for them, but then again, it's only a day 1, and they did fairly decent. They only managed to get 4 points in Sanhok. What I meant for fairly decent is that they read Sem 9 like a book. So Secret, they did a lot of their homework, and I believe this is of course from Y2K as well, who's their analyst. And now that Matoy is here in Malaysia, it helps in terms of the communication, in terms of understanding and flow of information to the team. So yeah, at least they got like 4 points, and that's actually pretty decent considering that they're not a team that normally plays the healing game. Only once I saw them play the healing game, but 4 points, okay.
Yeah, they could take what they get, and in fact, they got a really stellar highlight reel for Kid, who basically took 3 members out of Sem 9. Now, I wonder when are we getting the highlight reels for Bubu though. GENEXUS, I think that they had a decent start yesterday, though they could have gotten a lot more out of day 1. Day 2 hasn't seen them popped off just yet, but RG, this brand new look that they have, and of course, not just talking about the jersey, but the whole revamp of the roster, definitely have been bringing them quite some fruitful points throughout the league. And take a look at the standings right now. RSG yesterday, they didn't really have all too much of points until they get that chicken dinner. And now they're currently sitting on 7th. Of course, we don't have Group E to add those points up, but they're already closing into EVOS, who was numbered 5.
But speaking about revamp, so I noticed that Sep9, they had a switch of a lineup. So they're revamping for this round. Manparang isn't playing. So it was, I think I saw Drax in the lineup. Well, Drax didn't have a good debut yesterday. His only debut was in his last game yesterday, and the moment he landed, he didn't last more than, I think it was more than 5 minutes or so. So it was kind of unfortunate for Drax, but hey, it's a repeat for him again, and so far so good at least. But without Manparang, we've seen the lineup without Manparang as the IGL. Putra would take over as the IGL, and the last time we saw that kind of composition, their gameplay became more aggressive. So I expect to see a little bit more aggression this time from Sep9.
Yeah, and I guess like I couldn't really fault Sep9 whenever they play in Erangel, because playing from Severny, traveling into Sonoska military base is one of the hardest things to do. So I guess they attempted to go in early, they got punished for it, and after that they didn't really get all too much of a great result. Now, back to EVOS VIP. So yesterday, they had multiple rounds where they end up number 2. That also includes the round that they were playing in Erangel. And mind you, they started with like, what, 3 players to begin map 1 as well as map 2. And they've gotten possibly their best result on second on the standings twice in a row.
Yeah, and one of those rounds was because the Erangel round was because of the flight path was a little bit off, so Insomnus had to drop somewhere to get vehicles, but unfortunately that happened to be the same drop area as a KHI plus one more team. I don't remember which team. So unfortunately, he was the one without weapons and he went down. And yeah, that was the story of yesterday's game. But yesterday's last game for EVOS VIP as well, it was kind of a tricky one because other teams, they changed their drops well, especially when it came to ALMGHTY dropping to Novo instead. That changed the flow of the game because they rotated from the left side of from the left bridge, sorry, from the right bridge, and that kind of caught EVOS VIP by surprise. But this time, considering that ALMGHTY, they seem to drop back in Severny, and the drop seems to be normalized again, I think it should be an opportunity for them to get back on track.
Well, did you see that?
A flipping car.
He was driving on the straight road, though. How did it flip?
Probably a stone? I don't know.
Mysteries of life.
Probably like a stone on the road, but then again, stone is playing for Sep9, so
well,
yeah, one of those. Here we go.
Another one.
Here we go. Another one.
Balancing act.
Okay, all right.
I think the gravity has been lowered down in this match, is it? I'm not too sure, but Naoki's going to be down instead. ALMGHTY, the moment you speak of them, they're doing some great work here, while Ares will just go ahead to finish the job as they take that 1-pointer. Off to a great start. He's still using level 1 gear, though. I believe that they will need to spend a little bit more time. Tam's going to be the next one to be taken off. MAB Esports, so far, have got some really good first blood ratios.
Oh, and with that nade, MAB taking out Iron Pro, so Homebois will be playing with the rest of... we'll be playing with only 2 players for the rest of the round. And speaking about ALMGHTY, I guess the theory behind why it's only level 1 helmets and vests, besides the theory of like it's RNG, it's also because of the timing. Like because of the flight path, they needed time to travel to Severny. By the time the circle moves, they couldn't spend as much time looting, and hence they needed to move with whatever they have. So it could be the possibility of they didn't manage to get enough loot in the required time because of how things are, because of the flight path especially, hence they need to make do with a level 1 equipment.
That's right, and for now, I guess it's still very doable. There's still a couple of compounds which would have those gears still left up available, especially when, you know, other players have gotten maybe level 3 and level 2 stuff. There's going to be some still lying in those compound. Dingoz playing it really safely all the way on the southwestern end of the map. It's not going to be all too much to be done here. While we're waiting for action, you can scan that QR code and get yourself 20 gigs of free PUBG Mobile data and 5 gigs of high mobile data for yourself or anything else. Great deals from Yoodo. Get it now.
Well, this could probably be a good deal as well for ALMGHTY as they spot out Bosskur. They're the ones to take out one of the team members from Bosskur early on. But let's check out the circle as well. It so happened that ALMGHTY and Bosskur, they are following the same rotation path on the left. But let's see where will the circle go. Will it go further left or will it go somewhere into the middle areas of Kuwari? And, oh, okay, so it's somewhere on the outskirts of Ferry Pier. Some hills, some open areas, fairly interesting. I think that Team Secret MAB currently has one of the best positions.
Yeah, EVOS VIP is smacked directly into the center, and that area itself is quite difficult to guard. So what they have to do is to pull off a solid defense, with Team Secret also being very close in proximity, while we have GENEXUS making some good maneuvers into the patrol station. It still remains to be safe for now, but how long will they be able to possibly keep this up? RSG's pretty nearby, while on the quarter region, we see both Geek Fam as well as SMG just driving next to each other. Thank goodness that Snipes is in a pretty safe spot. SMG is behind that hill, so nothing's going to be happening until the next phase itself, which we're already seeing. Phase 3 closing out.
Well, unless a surprise might happen with all these rotations and a lot of teams kind of close by with each other, I'm still waiting to see if anyone goes down through all these rotations, because you tend to see some of that, especially when it comes to like you rotate along like those hill areas or the compound areas. And I guess this is maybe the start of it. Aris got one over Dingoz, and it happened to be Ricky.
Yeah, there's no way that Ricky can be safe right now. Yesterday though, Ricky did a whole lot of work to ensure that he get those numbers back to the team, and I've been eyeing out on some of all these players. Either you deem them to be rookie or not, like they're definitely giving their best shot possible to give good shots here if they're with the Car 98K. Scoping through the smokes, hoping to get something off of Geek Fam, but there is not too much avenues in this play, while Sane going for those tags, but he's the one who will lose his helmet.
Oh yeah, all red now for Sane. They will drive him insane for sure. So Geek Fam, at least they're glad to still have all 4 team members, unlike Dingoz and unlike SMG.
Oh my, insane in the membrane, that's for sure. While Psycho is going to be able to get that pointer in. 16 teams still available. No full commitments to go ahead to secure an ace, where teams are pretty much scattered, but Putra once again get himself caught up. Those nades definitely pinning him down. There's not a single member of Sem9 to be seen around the corner, and therefore Sem9 gets one punished.
And the rest of the team members from Sem9, they are on the northern side, as we can see here. So probably they sent Putra as the IGL. He became the scout at the same time, and unfortunately he happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. So he's been taken out. Now the circle goes further south, and in this area, some of the hot spots, again, it's still pretty much the same. Team Secret has a good high ground, MAB has a compound, and EVOS VIP, if they just go a little bit on the northern side, they would have a compound. But I think, considering at this circle, they might want to stay at their position because it's on the high ground area. Now Geek Fam, kind of open for them, but what I like about Geek Fam is that they split 2-2, so they kind of guarantee themselves the circle or a better movement, because they have 2 members on the upper side of the road and 2 members on the southern side of the road.
Indeed. Now, Fair Pure is getting pretty crowded up. You take a look at this with Axis, redONE, GENEXUS, as well as RSG being within sight. Now, SMG playing by the edge will be able to get Virgil caught out. Some good points being secured. It's just a little bit of trade back while there's more shots on the far end corner. Homebois, they've already lost 2 members early on, so they're playing really safely. And Dingoz, this time they bow very early.
And you know why?
I know why.
You know why?
I know.
We know why. This is the Keith curse, ladies and gentlemen. The Keith curse is still in effect.
It's not going to change anytime soon, while there's more to come. Homebois going Going with the spray, tricks, didn't get any out of it. Some good damage being done. While R2K, they will rush right into the Fairy Pure to challenge the rest of MAB Esports. Now, I want to take a look at how MAB displays a stronghold of their own to eventually flesh out the rest of R2K. We've already got Harm that's being tagged out. Well, this nade looks pretty good. Drops onto Ziggs, but he's not going to be falling flat just yet.
The knee probably didn't connect enough. But then again, Mocky has been picked up. So now this is the house that I said that this could be a game-winning house. This game-winning area. That's why R2K is interested to take this house. Now they need to take it against MAB, and Echo goes in. Echo gets one for himself, and now R2K, they are rampaging this with Calamity going down. Now it's down to the last 2 team members from MAB against 3 from R2K.
It's going to be pretty difficult. They're on the top floor. Maki's on the lower ground now. He's cooking up the nade. He's dropping it down low, though. How much can Iftar do? He does get Harm knocked out. But R2K, they still have more members to work with. 2 versus 1. Molotov being spread out just to stop them from pushing upwards through the staircase. Have to pop that first aid kit. He could have gone in for the revive. Echo's ready to charge in. It's another grenade. Ready in effect. MAB, they're holding back. They're not hoping to get themselves in a difficult spot. And therefore, R2K can go in for the revives, make it 4 versus 2.
Ziggs is still reviving his mate though, so R2K, they can reset to a full squad. Now they're getting ready for the siege. Now we move over to Axis Red 1. Looks like they're kind of busy at the same time. They have company in the same area, and that's going to be GENEXUS.
GENEXUS still not really getting all those frags that they desire, but they're just basically turtling it out. MAB, they're going on a split push right here, holding very obscure angles through the rooftops. We'll see Maki now dropping a nade. Oh, some good damage being done, but not enough. He gets sniffed out from below. Well, I don't know how that one smells like, but they do have the circle with them. But how long can they hold with only 1 member left? R2K just hoping to clean up. Iftar doing the unthinkable, but he will go down.
Oh, and there you have it. So MAB's compound have been taken over by R2K. And that is a really, really good compound. Now we move over to Axis against GENEXUS. Axis now has Micah on the outside to get him in Low Yu on the other side. Low Yu tries to pin down Micah, but not able to do so. Long goes down, and it's down to Low Yu, the last man standing. Can he actually do this clutch? But no, he can. 11th place goes to GENEXUS.
Good attempt though. Damage numbers were pretty much enough for him to eventually push right through. But even though if he does get the knock, he will eventually be flushed by the rest of the Axis. But Sem9 once again got themselves into trouble. Only Stone left hiding behind a tree, but that's not enough. And 2 times in a row, Team Secret depletes the rest of Sem9.
Another El Clasico that Team Secret wipes out Sem9. But now Rex seems to be in trouble. I think he's the last man that, oh no, he's not. There's still Kim somewhere else. But Rex, can he actually trade? No, he can't. He'll be taken out. Now he's down to Kim. But Kim, he's been eliminated by Izane. So that's number 9 for them. No elimination points this round. And whatever happened to Rapo Boy?
Well, that I have no clue. But take a look at this situation where both teams, Clutch as well as EVOS VIP, they're on the outskirts. They're trying to wrap things up while more stuff is happening. And Team Secret backed in another team to be wiped off of Erangel, leaving Farang Legends at 8. While the rest of Clutch, Guerilla wants to rush through. They do get the catch onto Sam. Razor goes down as well. 2 points in favor of Clutch. Now, what can the rest of EVOS VIP do? They gotta make it quick. They gotta make a run for their lives. It's only Insomnus as well as Mika left.
Oh, and Funky. The last man standing for Clutch Guerilla, the name will be tossed up by Mika. Will it land on the Funky? Will it be a Kobe? It will miss, but still going to be 2v1. But then again, they must win this fight before they can move on. And Funky is going to take down Insomnus, so it's going to be 1v1. Mika versus Funky, and the nade will land on the Funky, down to 10% health, and then the nade will be prepped out. But he doesn't need that nade. Funky will be taken out, and Mika will need to survive.
He's only got 1 first aid kit. He eventually will deplete to the zone while we have R2K having that perfect spot to themselves, but they're on the outskirts. Jumper didn't manage to catch him out on the front of the door, while they will still have the rest of Axis having 2 little cover just behind the wall where Snipes will be able to take them off if they aren't careful enough. Jumper could get a nade. It's going to be pushed by Asper on the other section, but the grenade looking to be good, while Snipes will catch one up.
Oh, Snipes now with the long range finishes off one team member from Axis redONE. And that's going to be 5 elimination points for Axis redONE.
You have iShots, who's having a long-range flank from afar, but he's not really in the circle, so he will take his sweet time before he joins the rest of the team. R2K still has that perfect spot. Now, it's all about who gets picked off first, and Team Secret, I guess they just have to wait this one out to find avenues in this current skirmish. Geek Fam, though, they still need to push in.
Geek Fam, yes, they don't have circle just yet, but it's not going to be easy as Axis redONE, they do have a compound. Now Jumper is currently on the left side. He has a wide angle view from where he's at. So it's going to be Geek Fam's challenge to move in.
Fredo's managing to catch a nade onto R2K. Ziggs is having a little difficult time, but Izane, he's going to be holding on to the front door whenever Team Secret decides to push in, and perhaps that could buy a little bit more spacing for R2K. Exchanges from every corner of the map while Team Secret tries to break through all these doors. Now, Zane has got a tough nut here to crack. It's Kit once more that will have to go in to start things up, but Team Secret, they're on a good run. Jumper's gonna be knocked out by Snipes. That's some great angle coverage. And Geek Family still on more.
Oh, and Team Secret, they just lost Fredo. And now we can see that Ziggs, he's on the second floor, still hanging on for dear life. At the same time, Geek Fam is starting to push in. They don't have any more time. They need to move in right now. Damroot prepping out the nade. Will this be a Kobe? How many can he get from there? But nade will not land onto anyone.
Only a little bit of damage being done, but
second nade.
Perhaps this was, well, never mind. It bounced off the wall. I guess that to prime it, you really have to angle it perfectly to squeeze through that tiny little gap. While Axis, they're just stuck right here. They can't really push through to R2K, and Geek Fam's also pinning them down. They just really have to wait it out. By the water tank is where Geek Fam's going to be finding themselves more ground to cover. Well, QB spots up Katang Susu, and he drops that nade. This will be good.
Oh, QB is starting to move in, but then again, now his neighbors with Axis redONE. Hayno is there to take down QB. They didn't check their corners, but then again, there's backup from Snipes, and Hayno will be taken out. Now we're down to the top 3 teams.
It's interesting to see that the door wasn't broken through, though those bullets basically were sprayed everywhere. And, well, no scrutiny to that. But Axis redONE, they walk away with 5 points. Now there's only 3 teams left. It's a 4 versus 4 for Geek Fam as well as Team Secret. I guess it's down to Bosskur that could basically turn the tides around with the 2 members that they have left. But the CEO is going to be making a whole lot of noise. That draws the attention of Team Secret and also Geek Fam.
Oh, Geek Fam, they have their corners checked, so they have a good idea of where Team Secret is currently at. I think we'll be in a stalemate here for now until the next circle. Everyone has their own compound, everyone has their own corner, so I don't see a need for a big push until the circle decides who needs to move.
Yeah, it will definitely take a while. There's no point risking it. While Fredo, you still have those grenades though. So Geek Fam, as much as they're changing it, it's gonna be iShots there that opens it up. Second grenade connects, but there is still a member of Geek Fam, which is Damroot, that could easily go in for that quick resuscitation. He's gonna lob another one though. It's gonna be into the smoke as Fredo didn't even have to try to dodge.
Fredo, a good thing. He was at the corner, managed to dodge, but now his position has been compromised though. They have somewhat of an idea that Fredo's there, but I don't think it'll matter that much now that Fredo has retreated back behind the wall. So we'll be seeing the 8th circle really, really soon. That will determine who will get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, And this is possibly the prime form of Team Secret that everybody knows and loves. The champions of Southeast Asia. Getting back on track. Geek Fan definitely having a record of their own. Who's also won basically the MYSG Championship previously. So down to this, it's all pretty much a stalemate as of current. Bosskur's performance have been looking to be up and up throughout day one, bringing that momentum into game 2. So the stalemate's gonna end pretty quickly as we are having 20 seconds left on the clock from now.
Now looking at the tiny circle, it looks like Team Bosskur has it. But then again, Team Secret, they have the numbers against Bosskur. Only has 2. Nade onto Kid. Kid has now moved in, and Bosskur, they need to be ready for the siege from Team Secret.
Wow. Quick work from Kid, but he's going to be walking into the trap that was set up by Bosskur. Technique connects. Fredo also having low health bars. He's going to have to recharge, but he's only got little to be done. Snipes. They're going to be strafing from the back, though. So Geek Fam now with the numbers advantage. Fredo's also being dropped. 2 members left for the side of Team Secret. Well, Cycle gets picked off. Geek Fam here with a high chance. They got 12 frags, and they could possibly close in with 15 if they want to.
You know, the best part is that when it's down to the last 3 and it's this kind of scenario, stalemate scenario, the team that moves first doesn't have the advantage, and that was Team Secret. But then again, Geek Fam, maybe they can continue, and that is why, again, Geek Fan, they have the better odds of winning. So I have to rephrase that. So Geek Fan now with 3, TS with 2, and Bosskur with only our boy left. And our boy is sandwiched between Team Secret as well as Geek Fan. There's nowhere else for him to move.
Yeah, and they're all stuck by corners of the wall. Our boy gets flushed out. Now it's between Team Secret as well as Geek Fan. 2 versus 3. Still doable, but Fredo's knocked down. All up to iShot for this moment. Snipes hunting out for blood, and he will get it for Geek Fam.
There you have it, Geek Fam, the team to receive 2 chicken dinners so far in the PMPL, and it's only day number 2, and they already got their 2nd chicken dinner. Great work coming in from Geek Fam.
You know why? Because Keith didn't vote for them this time around.
Got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2 of the first week here. So far, day number 2, game number 2, looking absolutely phenomenal. And thank God for moments like these, right? I'm so glad that these sort of games happen. Why? Because this goes to show that although Circle isn't within your favor, that doesn't mean this game is unplayable. It all still goes down to the different factors at play here. Oh, sure, luck comes in every now and then, but man, Geek Fam had to fight through it all, and that was sure skills, great strategy. What else can you expect from the winners of last season? Geek Fam I would give them an applause, but they told me not to clap because this mic is going to pick it up and it's going to be clipping. So I will not do that, but I hope you do that right at home. In fact, why don't you drop down in the comment, give us those hand emojis or a clappy emojis. I don't know. Just be interactive a little bit, because Geek Fam, they doesn't seem to slow down despite the seasons that have passed. But before we go on further about Geek Fam, here is the PUBG Mobile version 1.9. Okay, it's the vibrant anniversary being introduced right now, which brings you some colorful spawn island, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycles, and new camps. And if you're just a hardcore purist, then the classic mode improvements is also something new for you to look out for. With the new bridge that's here, I believe there are ways for you to get across or at least take fights on bridge in a more strategical manner now. Fortunately, this bridge is not yet implemented within competitive, otherwise things will be a bit more dicey, so to speak. The recall mechanics has been changed and other basic improvements, which includes new features. Your viewing has been changed as well, which we will get into more details later on if you don't believe me. Anyway, Aftermath map has been introduced with new zip lines for you to play around with. No longer should you walk on foot, because let's be honest, when the circle's still wide and open, running around can be quite the hassle here. And the cheer park upgraded with brand new look, competitive racing, and new firearms. Now, let's take a look at also one of the biggest things that PUBG Mobile is giving to us here to also commemorate the 4th year anniversary, and that is the PUBG Mobile Warframe collaboration. Royal Pass M9 is now out and available since the 22nd of March, which means you are now 2 days late from obtaining this Royal Pass. Go over, get the pass. You have some items which you can redeem. Well, not really redeem, because you kind of have to work for it, right? Because it's a battle pass. So you're going to have to go onto the game and earn those rewards, earn those items, and keep it on for longer. I mean, think about it. If you're the only one that does this, you're the only one with the alien suit. So why not stand out from the rest and flex it on the game, right? It makes teabagging way more cooler as well. So go check it out, Royal Pass M9, okay? PUBG Mobile on their platform. Wish them a happy birthday for it. It is the 4th anniversary, and let's take a look at the previous rankings after this match number 2 here. Team Secret came in close, the people's favorite. Nearly got it, and like the gold standard, they had 11 kills. Unfortunately, no chicken dinner, but that one goes to the side of Geek Fam, who, by the way, nearly hit the record-breaking number of kills that RSG brought in yesterday at 17 elimination. This time they had 16. So close enough, not breaking it, but something to talk about. And here we have Matoy, the man, the myth, the legend, carrying Team Secret with his intel. He is the IGN, the team leader, the IGL, the in-game leader, and he's brought his smart here and dishing out 777 damage. That is a good number. No more nor less. Just keep that one in there. And 2 eliminations. Sure, it doesn't seem like he brings much on stats itself, but the sort of experience he brings into leading a team, that one is some intrinsic value that is invaluable to a lot of the teams out here. Geek Fam also has that sort of capacity, especially with QB. We've seen in a previous season how smart this guy is when he plays the game, and we're seeing it here today as well. As now Geek Fam moves up the rank into #1 spot here with a chicken dinner, and take a look at the total points. They have a huge head start from the 2nd place, that is Team Secret, for about, well, 20 points. That's the entire chicken. I mean, that's a chicken dinner and 5 kills. So they are on their way to being comfortable, but of course, like we mentioned, this new format, there's no luxury of being comfortable, because every match counts. GENEXUS now unfortunately goes down into 2nd draft. Another one of these teams that the fans have been looking forward to. SMG, Sam9, ALMGHTY, and Yoodo Alliance 4 rival haven't seen much time in the day yet. The SMG did have a little bit of spotlight yesterday in the first game. However, today seeming to be struggling a little bit. Sam9 is just typical for them to warm up a little bit later in the game. The question is, do they have that luxury to play it a little bit slow? Farang, Team Ha, Clutch Guerilla, MAB now going up with some impressive maneuvers, being able to take some compound fights of their own. So MAB on their way to recovery, I would say. KHI, unfortunately, now down in the bottom of the table here. So that's going to spark some sort of conversations in the community. Like I said, they started with a lot of heat, and now they're going to have to pull in their A game to be able to match their claims here. And I'm guessing a lot of the fans in the Philippines is going to be cheering them on as well. And hopefully, because they didn't play in the previous one, they might have better luck in this next one. But let's take a look at how Geek fam secured their chicken dinner. Georgia Pole seems to be their drop spot of choice here. I guess if it's not broken, don't change it. Nothing's changed in the previous season. They had to rotate all the way down towards the foothills of Gatka here. Smack dab, trying to get as close as center as possible to anticipate the next circle that closed in towards Query. Having that prediction on point, they make the rotation straight on forward. But now, this is where the twist happens, right? This is where the circle seemingly looking like it's going to close towards Query a little bit more further, and R2K seeming like they had the upper hand. It pulled on to the east side of the map towards, I believe, Ferry Pier being the center of attention eventually. And then things got a little bit dicey there, right? Because then it shifted down onto the right side. Axius now has the advantage, having their backs facing only an open ocean. They only needed eyes towards the northern area, and it seemed like at this point it was all Axis game to go right next to MAB, because if you take a look about it, MAB and Axis, they're both in a similar positions, but why Axis stood a greater chance is because MAB right next to them is a team that could be potentially pushing in to the circle, and they had to fight real early. However, that easy path was not paved for Axis, as R2K made the rotation from Query all the way onto the compound, crushing Axis, seeing as though that this is the only compound by the beach, by the coastline here, and Axis was forced in their hands to get up in arms and deal with the threat, which caused a lot of trades to happen in the first place. And for the longest time, it was stalemate. The fight took a little bit too long for Comfort. Team Secret now makes the rotation straight into the compound. Again, this is the only compound they could play around with by the coastline, and the circle did close towards it. So that was the next bet for much of these teams. You can see how smart Geek fam is playing this. They're leaving one guy QB behind for bird's eye view, and then making sure that these compounds are safe before the entire member makes the rotation over. This is where things got a little bit more dicey. Fredo had eyes on Sane and OP and Damrud, as well as iShots got the nade, taking out Sane. However, QB was on the top side to prevent any sort of advancement from Fredo, and I believe he saw Fredo actually with a small clip of animation of him tossing the nades, and so that's why they were starting to retaliate back, and Fredo cannot make the advancement to finish the job. Push comes to shove. Team Secret decided that they cannot push onto that, and decided instead to push onto this house in which previously it was occupied by Team Bosskur. And so with the circle as well, favoring this orange roof, that's what they did. Unfortunately, they forgot that footsteps can be heard, and as Kid tries to make the advancement by the window, they heard everything and was already prepping up the nade to get tossed on forward, which then took 2 members down in the advancement, leaving only 2 left to clean up the entire crew. By then, Team Secret only had 2 members to play around with, and Geek fam, my god, that entry of a nade from the far side, that technically sealed the deal. iShots, he's a one-man army. Although he's great, he's a one-man army, and not many a times can people pull off a clutch like Fredo did last season with a 1v-all. So that is how Geek fam secured themselves their chicken dinner for this match. Congratulations to them. I have never doubted these kids. I voted for them to get a chicken dinner in a previous matchup. I guess they were teasing me a little bit. They came in stronger this one and secured that chicken dinner for themselves. Take a look at the damage being dished out. Mudtoy, just keep it there, man. No more welding guns this entire day or for the entire tournament, because 777 is one heck of a nice number. Mudtoy taking out first place here in terms of the damage dished out. Snipes with 751 on Geek fam, and our boy RXZ with 714 in 3rd place. So finally, the people's favorite is up on the board here. And as the caster mentioned, they are Southeast Asia champions. Take a look at the most throwable used though. QB comes in first place with 15, only seconded by his own teammates. Geek Snipes have 14 nades of his own, and Fredo coming in 14. I'm guessing the bulk of these throwables were used during that compound fight where QB had eyes on Fredo and Fredo had eyes on Snipe. They were tossing nades towards back and forth, which eventually decided them that they were going to wait for the last circle, which closed on Bosskur, and instead try to make the advancement onto Bosskur. So, hey, all these are all in hindsight, but I think when it came down to the teeth, seeing as though that they lasted this long within the game, all three of these teams needs to be commended. It really came down to luck at that point because the circle closed. Now, we are done with 2 games of the day, 3 more remaining. Looking at Miramar coming in next in match number 3, and the team's playing B, C, D, and E, which means Geek Fam will be taking a break after that winner chicken dinner. R2K as well, Farang, Lejund, and Clutch Guerilla, they will all be sitting out. These are the only teams that will be playing, but good news for the Philippines fans, KHI Esports will be back in, so they will have someone to root for moving on in match 3, 4, and 5 onwards. So, call your predictions right now. One of the champions are out, one of Geek Fam is out. They've had their chickens. Do you think that this would open the chance, the floor here for the rest of these teams to get their chicken of their own? Let us know down in the comments below. Who do you think is going to get the next winner chicken dinner? And I have my own prediction as well. Why I want to see it, want to see who's going to flop out and, you know, get me predicting wrong. Axis! Yes! Yes, I'm voting for all the big teams here, which I think at this point they're probably going to hate me, right? Like, I voted for Geek Fam in a previous match. They didn't win, but they did now. I voted for Dingoz. They got out too soon, and now Axis. Could you break my curse, or will it prolong ever further? I guess we'll find out in this match number 3 in the heaty desert of Miramar, where it's all nothing but sand dunes and, oh, I guess hallucination due to the dehydration of water. Well, luckily it's all done virtually, so none of that problems. Go follow PUBG Mobile on all their social platforms because they're bringing you all these action, and one of them is going to be taking place here in Miramar. So without further ado, casters, I'm gonna let you take your flight on the desert. Let's go.
Oh man, I think my phone is ringing. Oh, that's the manager of Axis calling me to. Can you stop making predictions? Can you tell Keith to stop making predictions on us? But then again, well, I guess Keith got to do what he got to do, so someone has to be called out. But you guys, thank you so much for still watching us. We are, of course, broadcasting the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring Country League, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Sisters Like 3 and Quanta Studios, and we are here, your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra, and we also like to take a minute to thank our sponsor as well.
And of course, we have our official smartphone partners, Realme. Check out the GT2 Pro. It's greater than you see. This year, Realme as a tech trendsetter will partner with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports with best-in-class products.
And of course, we also like to take a minute to thank our other sponsor as well, but they'll be coming out soon. But before that, before I announce the other one, please check out the phone, the beautiful phone that's right in front of us. But now, thank you also to our official digital telco partner, Yoodo. And we'll also like to invite all of you to switch over to Yoodo, whereby you can get free 5 gigabytes of high-speed data plus 20 gigabytes of PUBG Mobile data. So you see the QR code down there? Yeah, you can scan that QR code as well. I'm pretty sure everyone's accustomed to scanning QR codes nowadays. So scan that QR code, get information regarding to Yoodo, and claim your free gigabytes.
You know, when I scan QR codes, I always make this mistake of taking out my Sejahtera app just to scan QRs, but, well, you can just pop up your camera app and just start to aim it down, and you get those free gigs going at your way. And you know what's the best part about Yoodo? Like, you don't need to worry about going through the crowd, heading to a mall to maybe take a queue number and get your SIM pack. They get it delivered to your doorstep. It's absolutely convenient, and it's for free.
Yep, and it's for free, definitely. And yeah, so what else is free? It's definitely not the points. Everyone has to work hard for the points. Well, unless you're cursed by Keith. But then
Feels
again,
bad.
yeah, feels bad. Sorry, Keith. You'll be hearing that for a bit. And we'll be keeping eyes on Axis redONE, of course, and whether how they'll be performing in the next round. So this is going to be the first Miramar today. So we'll be seeing how the teams adapt as they had yesterday's data to look through and reanalyze and probably change some of the strats that they might feel that needs improvement.
Yeah, and so far, I guess that Axis redONE, they did show quite a decent display overall. I guess that, hey, it's kind of fair that, you know, Keith's got a little bit more faith on this team. While I'm still hoping to see those without chicken dinner to secure one. So Geek Fam's got 2. They sit this match out, so it's a chance for the rest of the team, including Team Secret, which popped off in that late game skirmish. It was down to them as well as Bosskur, as well as Geek Fam, but you really got to keep your eyes on Geek Fam, how they rotated, because that was a really impressive move. Even though they started off from Jojo Pole, they hit the quarry, they make a huge rotation back over on towards the east to cut towards the back. And that's definitely no easy task. I'm really surprised they got the chicken dinner at the very end.
Yeah, and they took over main key compounds from Axis redONE as well as R2K in the same compound, and their timing was perfect. Normally in a 3-way standstill, most of the time we see the team that moves last wins. So they timed their movement perfectly. Even without circle, they waited patiently until Team Secret took down, who was it again? I think it was Bosskur, and they moved in right after, and that's how they secured that chicken dinner. So it was perfect timing coming in from Geek Fam. I mean, and that's something that you would expect from a team that has represented Malaysia in the C championships before this. So yeah, I mean, champions of last season, can't doubt their capability.
Yeah, and you could see that they're basically ramping up in terms of getting those points along with Team Secret. Both teams have always been racing for the top, and I'm glad that they're finally giving all the fans out there on how they traditionally play PUBG Mobile. So I expect to see more out of them, but of course going to Miramar for this particular group, we're going to be seeing a little bit more of the intensity from long range and stuff. So I guess that many of all these flight paths that we've seen so far have skewered towards a certain direction. Only yesterday on the very final Miramar matchup was where we saw, okay, the flight path was evenly distributed. Everybody gets to go wherever they need to, but we're still not really seeing fixed drop spots for now. I guess that so long as this continues on, you may see different alternative endings for teams that perhaps perform consistently. And I love that diversity in a certain light. But it also throws in that little curveball that, you know, whatever Keith or us predicted may not come true.
Well, I'm innocent. I have nothing to do with this. I mean, well...
You gotta start putting in your predictions as well.
No, stop dragging me into this, man. You dragged me into the flight thing, and now you're dragging me into predictions thing. No, I don't want to receive another phone call from one of the team managers telling me that, guys, stop talking about it. You know, the caster's curse is real sometimes. But this time, for once, it's not the caster's curse. For once, it's the host/analyst curse. So, yeah, we're passing the ball over.
Yeah, and... hopefully, you know, by the next week and stuff, when we start going to, well, you're not going to be doing the analysis. That's one day I will. But yeah, by then, I hope to get my predictions correct. Now, we're about to get our way into Miramar in a few moments' time, I do believe. So let's talk things through for a few short moments here while we get the players all prepared. So last Miramar match, we saw that circle moving somewhere across, you know, the in-betweens of Kado, Montevideo, as well as Chimacera. Though, at first, many of these teams hit all the way down, but here we are. We're going to take a quick look and maybe have a little bit of a prediction. Is it going to go north, east, south, west? What say you?
Well, So the first Miramar yesterday, I forgot whether it's the first or the second, but
I
there was
believe
one.
it was first all the way down south.
Yeah, that was the first one all the way down south.
Then we had one on the west. Perhaps this time is time for the north.
Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. So, anyway, I want to see an Impala. I mean, I'm a fan of Impala circles. I think it's really challenging for the players. Of course, it's going to be advantageous to teams like a Team SMG and one other team that I don't remember.
Homebois.
Yeah, Homebois drops in Impala, so they'll like that. But overall, I think it's a really challenging circle. So if it's an Impala circle, I'll take that.
Yeah, any day where you probably see some of the islands being covered up as well. I'm still waiting for the day where I see an Oasis finish all the way up north. So with the flight path here coming in from the northeast, and Campo Militar could be a decent option if they want to play passively, and we're already seeing some teams hopping down the plane, while it will end up into the nameless region below Los Leones as well. So Los Leones is such a big town. If there's going to be any teams that doesn't have too many plans, I think that they could definitely share that huge city and slowly work their way out.
Yeah, that was a change for Farang Legends. They used to drop in Los Leones, but this time they choose to drop into somewhere else, somewhere up north. I believe it's somewhere around La Coberia, depending on who's not there. So it kind of surprises me as well. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of 3 teams dropping into Los Leones, but then again, they somehow made it work. So if it works for you, I wonder why they needed to change. And so far, it hasn't really been working out for them, especially when the circle is on the southern side. It's really, really far for Farang Legends. But let's see if at some day they'll revert back to dropping to Los Leones. Nevertheless, KHI Esports drops back at Torre Achumada. Yesterday, they dropped into Minas and they challenge Clutch Guerilla. I'm glad to see them dropping back to their own place, and there is still a possibility that Impala is going to be the final circle.
Yeah, and that covers some region of the waters, which honestly doesn't matter too much. Well, teams like SMG does benefit a whole lot by dropping into Puerto Paraíso. Team Secret, we have to keep a close eye on them because we saw Kid today in that perfect form takes down Sem9, and they did it all over again back in Erangel. And now KHI Esports, they do have a really smooth pattern of rotation. All they have to do is to quickly loot up Torre Ahumada and start driving southwards.
Yeah, but they're normally a team that likes to move late. So not too sure how will that affect them. Now, Axis Red One, they like to drop in La Cabrera. That's their regular drop spot. So looking at the flight path, they need to drop somewhere in between. Hopefully, get a vehicle and move into La Cabrera. But looking at the circle as well, I think they're going to lose a lot of precious time. We may see a half loot coming in from Axis, considering the timing. But then again, Axis, one thing that they're good at is that they are also good at late rotations. We could expect to see Axis spending a little bit more time on the outside, maybe tanking a little bit on the blue. But yeah, I think we're going to see that, considering that by the time the zone closes, they might have just arrived in La Cabrera.
Yeah, and the most important thing for Axis Red One is to gather enough first aid kit, whatever meds that they could possibly get.
Small boys playing.
Oh, okay. Finally, Small Boy makes his entry into the brand new season. Welcome, along with, of course, SG as well as PH, who are also in the same game. So I hope that Small Boy will display great firepower like he always does in every other season. So MAB Esports, let's talk about this team real quick. So currently, their results is close to KHI Esports. Of course, haven't really received the highest number of frags, but they usually open up well in the early game. They still struggle with the late game, which starts to show that this team don't really have a clear plan on how exactly to get themselves into the circle. And I hope that maybe they become a little bit more proactive. But early on, we saw at maybe Esports, they were one of the first few in Fairy Pure. It's just that they couldn't last long in that standoff between them as well as R2K.
Yeah, no doubt they did better homework than yesterday. Yesterday was like, I kind of doubt, like, did you guys do enough homework on some of their drops and some of their movements? But this time, yes, I do agree that they got some of the prime positions, especially that compound where R2K wanted to take away, and I totally understand why R2K wanted that because it's a prime position. Unfortunately, they lost that fight, so homework done, checked, but team coordination, team fight, still unchecked.
Yeah, I guess that just leads to a little bit more of homework for them to study after their matches, of course. Team Hawk starts to move their way across Picado. Team Hawk has always established a control over center zone, and the beauty about taking over Picado is that no matter where you rotate to, it's always going to be a decent placing for them to book anywhere else as a checkpoint. So if they could just sweep by the corner, or they could directly book to the center of the upcoming phase, it's definitely up to them. As MAB, they're also well on their journey as they just left Tierra Branca, but it's still far from where they need to be. But RSG, now I want to see the dynamics real quick. So they got Smallboy, they got Kim as well as Rex, and they're keeping Brian along. As Luke, he'll be sitting this one out.
Yeah, so Ranger's still not playing, but that's okay. Interested to see Smallboy as the IGL at the same time. He has the fragger role before this at least, but I don't think that has changed considering that his capabilities are as such. Now, this is the debate that sometimes some people will have, is that you're the fragger and you are supposed to be in front, but if you're in front, you're kind of busy like deciding on how to take the fight, how to win the fight, how to go for a 1v1 and all those mechanics that happen in the fight. You kind of get distracted, and that will kind of disrupt your flow as an in-game leader, because as an in-game leader, you need to plan the next step as well. So this will be a big test to Smallboy and how he'll be able to balance out both elements. Yes, he is a phenomenal fragger, but as an in-game leader, untested, unproven, now this is the biggest challenge for him of balancing both. Considering that his composition at this moment, he may play like the a back role together with Kim, whereas Rex as well as Brian will be at the forefront. I expect to see that sort of change for RSG, so it will be a very different Smallboy, I think, in this debut.
Yeah, and having to work with him before, he's definitely a great kid who's highly motivated to push all the way to the top. Now, despite not having the title of an IGL before, he's been able to give ample resources to the team, not in terms of only firepower, but his callouts are great. And the changes and development of Smallboy as you compare it to previous season is that he's a lot more disciplined, where back in the days, he's ruthless to be the main guy that rushed into compounds to take down anybody at sight. But Smallboy, now he knows how to slowly work his angles through, and that doesn't mean that this guy's always passive. It's just that he only does the necessary when the golden moment arrives for them to seize the opportunity. However, for GENEXUS, I want to see more out of BioBio. Sure, game 1, he did fine. After that, I haven't seen him really having the longest of survival time compared to his teammates. I want that to change.
I'm trying to reflect back, like, we saw a lot of BioBio obviously in PMPL Season 1. His role was sort of like a support role, whereby back in the day, his role was more like, okay, making sure Yuhai survives. And if that means giving himself for the greater good of the team, he's willing to do that. I guess he's still in that, it's just that he doesn't have a Yuhai, he has obviously other players. So could it be that, yes, he is still in his sacrificial role, he's able to sacrifice himself for the greater good of the team, it's just that other players in his team needs to step up instead?
I guess that's absolutely true. Where this is the very first time that they're playing together after a long hiatus that Pew had. So he still needs to catch up to speed with the rest of them. And despite some of these players who used to play in Team Wales, and of course multiple other teams as well, it will have a little bit more of, you know, a disparity of, you know, agendas that they really want to come up with in every particular map. So eventually they'll find that cohesiveness, while Team Secret has managed to do that. After one full day, I believe that Matoy, you know, he arrived to Malaysia. He's like, yo guys, what are you doing? This is not what I expect. Do better. And yes, they did today.
Well, yeah. Frankly speaking, Team Secret has always been one of those premium teams, if you ask me. I mean, being a premium team, having the championship mentality, you would expect them to somehow pick themselves up. But of course, I do agree that having Matoy just side by side with the rest of the team members on Team Secret, that would definitely help their chemistry and to motivate each other and to pick themselves up. But talking about motivation, so SMG, they're a team that needs motivation. Considering now Jenny is a new in-game leader for SMG, you can't think about it, right? Like a lot of these teams, they have new in-game leaders all around. That just means one thing. In-game leader is a skill set that is scarce.
Oh, okay. Scars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess that when it comes down to calling the shots, it's always going to be difficult because as an in-game leader, if you make the wrong call, it's on you. And you have to take full responsibility, and Damn Cutie will have that responsibility to secure the first blood for the team. So things are going good. Not really the greatest as he receives a little bit more damage, but he will go back up for cover. We'll have to expend that first aid kit, but he will start with bandages. Good management of resources.
Yep, they still have to circle, they have a compound, they can chill and take their time. Now, I'm looking at the chart on the side, so it looks like it's going to be NC, the only team that's currently tanking out the zone. Something that I would expect. They're not a team, despite their recent achievements, they're not a team that likes to go aggressive. They like to take it slow and chill. They come in a bit later. It's worked for them in a lot of other tournaments, and so far it's kind of okay for them in the PMPL. Of course, this team is a team that people expect a lot from, so now it's just them proving themselves at the PMPL. Their play style, I think it's unique as compared to like a Team Secret, as compared to like a Bosskur. They're playing it very differently. They like to play slow, they like to come in later. They're not a fragging sort of team, despite them having a fragging talent. But yeah, I guess that because you do something different as compared to a lot of other teams at the top, you're unique, and I think it's paying off for them. Just look at NC. Where are they? They are on the southern side. They tank out the blue, and now they have an easy entry into the circle.
Yeah, and they're basically taking the road on travel, and they have a lot more things that's going well for them. The moment that they escape that blue zone, the whole south side of the area will be opened up. The iShot, though, gets a glimpse of GENEXUS, forcing them to drive the buggy off course as they intended to enter the regions of Los Leones. Heiko, though, have himself some pretty nice range weapon with the Mini 14. Beauty getting attacked from above. I believe that's from AHQ. Sorry, PHQ, while iShots instead will cover the wraparound, but EVOS VIP, they're going up close and personal against Dingoz Esports.
So it's going to be Dingoz here against EVOS VIP. Razor's playing by the ledge. At the same time, we can see that Sam is on the high ground. Sam tries to tap out his opponent, but Razor will go down to the nade coming in from the opponent.
Samzy tries to go in with a straight position, doesn't really seem to get the shots that he needs. A perfect defense coming out of Dingoz, and that forces the rest of EVOS VIP to retreat, but not enough time for Samzy to get the engine started.
Oh, it's now down to Insomnus though, so I'm not too sure how he's going to get out of this. Okay, he will need to flee for his life. Team Secret tries to tap him, but he will be able to get away, so now it's only Insomnus to hold on for positioning points for EVOS VIP.
Baby Kim gonna be able to secure the third pointer for the team. EVOS VIP the rotation didn't seem all too clear cut, and I guess that with better coordination, they could possibly walk away with 1 or 2 extra points onto Dingoz. But with that scattered approach, they're unlikely to get anything out of that, while the intensity of this Miramar match will continue to ramp up. Axis Red 1 on the lower ground while Team Secret gets snuffed out. Team Secret, they're not really all too phased about this. They do have decent coverage as MYSGPH continues on the pursuit, going deeper into the circle, but driving into the range of 7-9.
So Team Secret, at least they're in the circle, but they'll be gatekeeping 7-9. Again, 7-9 contra. It's the 3rd time they may bump into each other, and it's going to be an El Clasico again. Okay, so 7-9 is still playing without Mampara, so it's going to be Bravo, Drax, Stone, as well as Dap representing 7-9. But now we move over to Homebois against Team Bosskur. With a compound, it shouldn't be a problem for Team Bosskur to reset themselves, but they need to be prepared for the next circle.
And with every other team scattered across the region, there can only be a few chances that it goes all the way into the direct middle of it all, so that it will be even play, while it's THQ that gets the benefit of the circle. So whoever is still inside of Los Leones, they don't really have to work too hard. They just have to get by from the edge and start to work their way out. Team Secret this time having the captain taken down, and Secret, they just have to expend more forces just to ensure that MYSGPH stays alive.
Not only the captain, but iShots as well went down. Now KHI seems to be in a sticky situation, but the nade coming in from Homebois, taking out Tom, and now Homebois starting to move in, but there's backup coming from afar. At the same time, the El Clasico is happening. Dap taking down MYSGPH, securing that elimination point. Dap taking out Heinum as well, so it's going to be a double elimination there for Dap.
Wow, this is going to be a pretty good fight between all three who have been champions of the league before. While we have Axis here battered up, Jumper is crawling, trying to have his life spent by his ex-teammates of 7-9. But 7-9's not going to be giving him all too much room. Kachasusu here to rescue him as they expand 3 smokes just to get Jumper right here. Stone trying to force them to move off with this grenade, but that's not going to lob perfectly though. So they will have to try it one more time.
Here we have it, Stone with another nade. Will he be able to get any elimination points from there? But the angle is kind of tough for him. At the same time, we can see that Virgil goes down. That means ALMGHTY will be the first team to be eliminated. No points for them in Miramar.
Just tries to push upwards, but he doesn't seem to find the perfect angle. They missed the shot onto the moving vehicle. Brax goes in for a flank angle. 3 members still camping it out, while they do have a little bit of cove to high right up behind. It's Kachasusu that will be dropped out. Refrax coming from Jumper as he has full health right now to challenge Drax. 1 versus 1, and he will get those damage. Bravo still next to fall. Now it's all down to Drax. Jumper, 1 man left standing, and 7-9 starts to get depleted. Jumper has only got solo HP left, and it will be Yoodo Alliance that will find the kill from behind.
But that was a good attempt from Jumper against his old teammates. Managed to get 2 elimination points. At the same time, look who's still... look who's... Hang on a second. Look who's out! Axis Red 1. I'm just saying.
Yeah. At least it's not 16, right?
Well, I mean... Okay.
Improvements.
Okay, if you want to look on the bright side, they got 2 elimination points, and yeah, that's better than 0. Okay. Yeah, bad Team Secret, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I was hoping that Team Secret would have done better after that 2nd place finish. But, of course, it's always going to be rough right here inside of the terrains of Miramar. SMG playing behind a rock and the tough plays MAB scattered up. That also leaves a little bit more room for SMG to move across. Damn cutie! Have already been taken down by Iftar. The standout player for MAB definitely has to be Iftar. But we will have all the other teams over the south side here taking on another battle. NSEA getting those points against Bosskur, and they will fall flat. 10 more teams left on the block.
And we have an airdrop on the southern side that just dropped. And now it looks like Team Hawk, they have the circle together with Dingoz. So Dingoz Since they had Batman as their coach, they have changed their play style as compared to once known as Yoodo Alliance in the previous season. They start to play really brave. They shoot straight into the middle of the circle, and it's benefiting them so far.
Indeed it is. Well, when we take a look at the current circumstances, of course, certain teams, they may have the circle, but they have to hold on pretty well to it. RSG wrapping around the corner, and they may spot out Insomnus, who's all alone. EVOS VIP relying on the team captain. Well, he will go in for cold water combat. He will get 1 point back.
Oh, and he will secure that elimination point before being taken out by the rest of RSG. So it's going to be number 9 for EVOS VIP. At least Insomnus managed to get a trade.
Yeah, 1 for 1. I think RSG is going to be happy. At least they will secure, you know, an 8th placing finish upwards, and things can only get better. Now, with the addition of Small Boy, you can see things are pretty much well managed, very well under control, despite, of course, losing one member of Rex. Definitely has high firepower, while Brian also offers the same. Well, they will have to take on the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Now, on their tail, Abby tries to shred apart that moving vehicle while they have to prepare for this upcoming flank. Brian in a really good position. Appy is already marking his target as well. So a lot of resource being spent here by RSG while they still have to make their way into the circle. This is going to be pretty rough for both teams.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be rough as there's a road that dividing some of these teams. So it will be circle depending on what happens next. Iron Pro will be taken out by Frankie. That means it's going to be 3 eliminations, number 7 for Homebois.
Brian, the next one to fall. Abby really guarding it really well. Kim has got to heal up. They don't really have that much time to spare. RSG, the longer that they hang, the likelihood of them falling out is going to be pretty high. Dingoz, though, they have the entire southeastern side by themselves, while Riff tries to burn them all up with the Molotovs, get some sprays, true. Small Boy in the open, but he will find a little bit more protection, a little bit cover. As they knock down Appy, as they go in for the kill. Yoodo Alliance will wipe them off clean.
I mean, it's just positioning from Yoodo Alliance. They do have the high ground against RSG, and they had the manpower against them as well. So mathematically, it was siding Yoodo Alliance, but now GENEXUS, they have the high ground against Yoodo Alliance. But they don't have the circle, but that's still okay as long as they still have the high ground. But I hope they don't do a GENEXUS yesterday. This time, they still have that slight advantage.
That's right, Yoodo Alliance here coming with a big resurgence of their own, trying to find their glory ways once more, heading into Miramar. Back then, they were known as the best team in Miramar. Of course, it's been like, what, a season? Sometimes some would even say even more that they've already mastered the ins and outs of the entire map. Team Hawk, though, you know, after leaving Picado, they've been playing very passively, especially after leaving Dames and Rensky. It doesn't really have too much business going on, but they know one member of NC is on the other corner, but there's no point leaving this section for now. But then again, Circle's going to shift directly into the middle of the street if we take a look at the mini-map.
Yeah, for Team Hawk, they need to take out whoever's behind them from NC before they're able to move forward. If not, they'll be backstabbed. So that's why they're waiting for the timing. The zone will land onto NC first. That will force them to move and allowing Team Hawk to try and take them down. But they need to make that fast as well. But now let's move over to GENEXUS. Trying to secure this high ground away from Yoodo Alliance for rivals. Not able to get the knockdown just yet. And they're playing without Biu, their team captain. But the nade coming in from Snappy takes out Volky. And that could balance it all out.
That grenade definitely requires a little bit of luck as well as prediction. Well, doing better than Keeves. Just saying. Frankie, though, didn't have any of that luck as I speak of it. But GENEXUS, if you've noticed so far, Miramar seems to be their best map. Now that grenade's looking pretty good. Gets himself another elimination point. Bosskur will pin them all down. Appy's already a lost cause for Yoodo Alliance to secure anything out of this situation. So they will have to camp behind those blocks. But that circle is going to eat them up the longer they stay.
Now, without NC behind Team Hawk, they just need to move forward. And looking at the terrain, they have the high ground against the Dingoz. Dingoz, they have a full squad, so that's an advantage against Team Hawk. Now, it's going to be numbers against elevation, but Team Hawk will be forced to move. I'm just not too sure, are they forced to move at the ledge, or can they still maintain some part of the high ground? But looking at this kind of situation, unfortunately Rensky went down, so it's going to be 2 against 4. Zuli goes down as well, so it's going to be 4 against 1.
And despite that, Ate gets an easy picking. Heikel all alone. Needs a little bit more time to get anything from this point onwards. This looks like a deja vu, but good angles there with Molotov Prime, but Luyu is helping out Team Hawk in such a sense where Haiku will have a little bit more of a breathing space, and GENEXUS, though they're having their eyes upon Dingoz, they're not getting anything done. So if Yoodo Alliance play this one out well, they can punish GENEXUS too from the lower ground.
Well, yeah, so Yoodo Alliance currently, I think they'll stay put. They'll play by the edge of the circle, considering that there are only 2 team members and it's not going to be easy for them to cross over. I think GENEXUS has the best position possible. Now, they don't really need to worry too much about a Team Hard. The circle will do its own work. And plus plus Dingoz is still there.
Heiko.
They just need to keep an eye on them. Sending low you, Heiko, very good spot there. And Heiko will start to move in, securing 1 elimination point at the same time.
Oh, he quickly goes proning, but does he have time to heal up? The blue zone's coming in though. He tries to get himself wrapped up, but that will be a great pickoff by Luyu to have taken him out. So GENEXUS once again moves in the top 3 situation. You see the predictions up above with the likelihood of them getting the chicken dinner. Now GENEXUS, after having that circle, they do have a higher percentage, while Yoodo Alliance, they're stacked into the middle, and that's not really the best place to be. Ricky's gonna start lobbing those nades, but you have to get Kiddo back up pretty quick because that blue zone is about to chip in. It's phase 7, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, the Dingoz in the worst position possible as compared to the other teams. Now Ricky may expose himself in a few more seconds as he will be pressured by the blue. Ricky now prepping up the nade, but not able to use that just yet. He's still on the outside though, and I don't think there'll be enough time to pick up its Kiddo, but he'll still try. Nevertheless, the nade will arrive from Rift, taking out Loyu, and could this be GENEXUS doing the GENEXUS again?
Well, low ground versus high ground, that's what we've been talking about. While Yoodo Alliance, they are playing it smart though, as they are slowly getting the full control. The circles upon them as well. Pamburu just negating GENEXUS from moving in. Rift gets that landing of a grenade onto Snappy as they turn the tides around. It's only down to Longskur, and that grenade will find him where Pamburu understands that there is no place that he could possibly hide. They'll burn them all out. Now it's between Yoodo Alliance as well as Dingoz.
And somehow GENEXUS dropped the ball again. Now it's between Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals as well as the Dingoz. Let's see who will win. It's a 2v2 fight. Then the Dingoz, they're playing on the lower ground. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, an experienced team. They will be able to control the situation better. And I think it was, again, GENEXUS inexperienced. But look at this. It's the Dingoz with that nade coming in. But Pamburu will close in. And Pamburu will be taken down. Looks like it's the Dingoz beating the odds and getting the chicken dinner. Securing it against the PMGC representatives, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals.
New season, new format, and new strategy, and my god, did that pay out for Dingoz themselves. Did they get the circle? Yeah, sure they did. Was it an easy one? No. They fought their way through. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's me, Keith, here, and welcome down onto the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. What you just witnessed was the third match of the day, the first ever Miramar map to be shown for the day, and later on we're gonna have another Miramar to even the odds out, and so maybe teams who were this close could finally get their chance once again in a fourth match of the day. Before we go on any further though, we've got some announcements to make here with the new Royal Pass that has come to us in fruition. Okay, get the latest Royal Pass in collaboration with Warframe now. It's available in the game since like the 22nd of March, so I don't know what you're waiting for. It's been 2 days now. Just go over to the app itself, go download get the latest updates, and maybe make the purchase right now. Okay, lots of items be unlocked as you progress through the Royal Pass itself, and just judging by the characters on the screen, I would like to wear that skin. The alien, of course. You know, we've seen the standard mascot from PUBG Mobile, but man, the alien skin, sure, give me some of that. Take my money. Right now, new collaborations with PUBG Mobile X Warframe, okay? Obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events in PUBG Mobile, and more information about this whole campaign will be released soon, will be shared soon, so stay tuned on all our channels and all official PUBG Mobile platforms. And without further ado, just go get the new Royal Pass. Come on, it really isn't that hard to do. And plus, this looks like a pretty cool collaboration that I'd like to keep, you know? It's not cringy and it's actually pretty neat. So that game previously, that was a twist and turn of events. Honest to God, when it came down to the last 3 teams, I knew for sure the victor of the match depends on the third party themselves, but I did not anticipate the third party themselves to take it and run away with the chicken dinner. It seemed almost mathematically impossible, to quote one of the casters, but however, they made it work, and it's out of sheer patience, not passion. Obviously, every one of these players have the passion and drive to play this game, but the patience alone, the discipline, the trigger discipline that they displayed here, knowing that they are the third party, actually paid off for them. So Dingoz, here they are, despite having the circle, not an easy one that they had to fight through, and in fact they were this close into elimination, but if it wasn't for the smart plays. 9 elimination on their hands here, 15 for the ranking points here with the chicken dinner, but Yoodo Alliance 4 rival coming in really close with 11 and 12 ranking points of their own. So when it comes down to the nitty-gritty details of it, I think they might both have evened out the score between each other. However, TABAH NC, again, very consistent performance from previous matches, and now still displaying themselves as a top 5 finishing team. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals this time gets a feature with Rift and 7 elimination on the scoreboard, 801 damage. This guy has always been a sharpshooter, even before they were even called Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals back then. 50% of the team contribution coming out from this man alone. You know for a fact that this guy has got to be the team's MVP. 167 meters, longest elimination distance. Kudos, kudos. This is, I mean, what we've expect from Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. Again, as I mentioned, they were a very aggressive team back in the previous season, and even the season before that when they were called Dingoz. So, Geek fam will maintain their spot at the #1 with a single chicken dinner, but again, very consistent play coming out from their end, which has granted them that 20 points cushion, or at least leeway previously, and so now the people have been closing in. Dingoz now are shy about less than 10 points, so still, a lead's a lead, and Geek fam, they might not want to throw whatever they have in line and start, you know, pacing up a little bit, because as day goes by, as each game gets played, teams are starting to creep in closer. And with the new format, there is really no chance to be taking a foot off the paddle. And talking about taking a foot off the paddle, KHI Esports, it seems like they might have a chance. They actually stood out toe-to-toe with Homebois. Unfortunately, they did win that fight, but because of the deficit they came in, it doesn't seem like they're crawling up anytime soon. Still will remain down in the bottom, alongside with MAB, who has showed so much strides compared to when they were yesterday, right? Unfortunately, they did come in contact with SMG, who was gatekeeping them from the circle closing in, so there was not much they could do. Time wasn't on their side, and they had to just make and run for it, getting pushed in, and well, get wiped out by the likes of SMG. So it's all part and parcel of the game. Maybe they would like to try being on a aggro and maybe be the first movers towards the circle, handle the situations from then on, because at this point, you kind of have to realize if you're MAB, like, you can take on fight against Team Secret like you did in Sanhok. You can take on fight with some other teams, which you did in the second one. So you might want to start maybe taking the aggressive moves. But enough about them. Let's see how that chicken dinner was won on the side of Dingoz. So, like I mentioned, they did have the circle. They have initially spawned on the side of Los Leones from the get-go here. So, not much of a rotations besides just looting around the compounds within the same vicinity as the circle closed down. Surely, with the next circle, it does give off some hint that it might shift away from Los Leones. However, too much to predict, too wide to predict at this point. And so, they still occupy the center zone close to Los Leones. And eventually, true enough, things goes down towards Los Leones, La Beneta, and Minas Generalis is where all the teams starts coming into play. And if you take a look, it just seems like Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, they would have had the path of least resistance here moving in. However, that soon changed when it shifted down here and they had to push up against EVOS VIP, they had to push up against RSG, which they did so very beautifully, right? Like, I think it was RSG going up against the fact that RSG and EVOS fought, that made the job way easier for Yoodo Alliance to actually come in and play defense. Take a look at Dingoz down here. They have been huddling up. I mean, to be fair, they really didn't have to move based on the circle position, and just by seeing this entire terrain as a whole, the compound is the best spot for protection. So all the other teams are not seemingly a threat, although Team Hawk has the high ground or whatnot. They ended up just losing it all, and well, the Dingoz, credits to them though, they did try and push up against Team Hawk, but fortunately for them, they came out alive. I remember that push that they had towards the last 3 teams where they pushed up onto Team Hawk. It was 2 versus all the members of Dingoz. However, with the third party coming in from GENEXUS, who was positioned here with Snappy and Long, they nearly suffered the wrath there and nearly actually lost the entire team of members. But they did get the revive, and instead of trying to finish the job against Heikel, they decided to lose one more member in the process, get into a truck or a van, drive themselves out of there. This was that moment. Heikel was left alive, the rest of them on the floor, and then they deploy one member to go out on the outlook here, gets the revive, get into the car, drives away, and then they lost 2 actually in the process, saving the rest of them to hide behind these hills. And obviously, when it comes down to it, like what one of the casters mentioned, when it comes to a 3-man standoff, it's the team who moved the last who comes in to clean things up. And to be honest, that was quite of a nail-biting moment, right? Because when Yoodo Alliance wiped the likes of GENEXUS Esports, the entire top terrain was theirs. It's the fact that Dingoz was playing within the shadows and Yoodo Alliance barely had an info on where their position might be, that gave somewhat of a head start towards Dingoz, despite being the 2v3. You take one member down, that evens out the odds, and immediately that game became very, very winnable. So that was how Dingoz secured their winner chicken dinner. I did vote for them, so in the previous match, they chickened on this one. So how about that? Cassius has been talking about how cursed I am. No, I think they weren't ready for me. I think I'm just a man who's too far for his time, okay? So we're gonna get into a quick break before we get into more action in another set of Miramar here. But before that, a quick breather for the rest of the teams and ourselves here on the desk. So with that, I'll see you in just about a bit.
flight to the 2 challenge at 22 PMPL Malaysia Singapore Philippines Spring Split to tick off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita memperkecilkan.
Never give up on fight
Teruskan
until you succeed.
impian
Stand up.
kita. Tanpa korang, siapalah kami? Y4R win!
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by Realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
And just like that, we are back from that quick break. As I mentioned, thank you for allowing us to do so, you know. Sometimes when nature calls, we have to answer. My name is Keith. I'm your host for this evening for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I hope you're enjoying yourself so far. In fact, why don't you let PUBG Mobile know how much you enjoyed this tournament? Go down onto the comment section below at every live stream. And instead of posting up toxics, which, let's be honest, it's not worth the effort because moderator's gonna delete it out anyway. Say some good things. In fact, why don't you wish them a very happy 4th year anniversary. That's way more productive. Get yourself some screen time down at the bottom. Now, we are down to the last 2 more games of the day for these teams to play and compete among themselves before we close it off and then take it on tomorrow, which means in this next 2 games will be determining factor on whether or not you get a comfortable head start moving in for the next game tomorrow, which, let's be honest, is going to be a big deal, right? When tomorrow comes, that's only 3 days left of the competitive days within a week. And then we're going to find out who's going to end up at number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all the way down, because it matters when it comes down to the points, right? Just remember, top 4, I think we'll move on to the C play-in or whatnot. But, you know, don't take my word for it. We're going to have to go through that one more again, right? Because this format here can be a bit more confusing than it was before. But I assure you this, we are coming in this season with way more action, way more competitiveness. And now with the introduction of Philippines into the entire league, rivalry from nationality is going to be sky high, and we're already feeling that even before this tournament begins. So it's a good thing and a bad thing in a way, but hey, I'm all for competitive play as long as it stays within the battlefield, and that is what this whole platform is all about, to play for pride, to play for glory. And let's take a look at the elimination and damage that was dished out previously in match number 3. Dingoz definitely trying to tower above the rest, but Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, they came in pretty competitive of their own. 1,756 for Yoodo Alliance, their 4 rivals, and well, 1,006 for Dingoz in terms of the damage. But GENEXUS, finally, the team with so much potential, the team that is the talk of the Malaysian town right now, having the Biu recreating and introducing himself within the scene here, now have all 3 of his boys smack dab as on the screen here, but for the furthest traveled. So I don't know if you call that a flex, but hey, any single time your logo's up on there is airtime, and I guess Biu can be happy about that one. Loyu coming in at nearly 12,000, I mean, it's 12,923 meters. This guy runs a marathon. We are going to go into match number 4 in just about a bit. It is going to be, yes, yet again, another Miramar matchup, another hot sandy dunes with Fakel Oasis, and the teams that will be playing. Team ACDE. Unfortunately not an ACDC because that would be impossible. But the teams that are not playing this time around, Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS. Unfortunately, they did so well previously. And Homebois, who will be sitting out for this matchup itself. So that gives chance for the rest of the teams to come and step up here. One of the group did not manage to play the Miramar map just yet. Now's their chance to come in and show them what they can do in the sandy dunes, and I'm all for it. I'm excited, and just to reiterate, my win streak so far is pretty horrible. However, this time around, I think I'm gonna get right. Today, for this 4th match, I think EVOS VIP is gonna take the winner chicken dinner, and if historical performance is correct, then I would assure you, if it's not in this match, then it's in the next one, since, you know, so far, both my predictions, it did not happen on the spot, but it happened in the match after, so I'm a man ahead of my time, like I said, man. Anyways, enough willy-nilly, my mustache is getting dry, and I'm excited for the matches that we are about to play here. Without further ado, I'm gonna take you through into the sandy dunes of Miramar for match number 4. Casters, please take it away.
Well, I do hope that you guys had your dinner, or you could basically enjoy some chicken dinners here with us here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Country League for the spring split. My name's Contra, this is Sir Cloud, and of course, while Keith oils up his mustache, we'll be here, of course, getting into gear for another round of Miramar. So far, you know, like, I guess Keith's pretty right. Like, his prediction does come true. It's just that it happens later on. Does that mean that, you know, EVOS IP, they might struggle this time and get the chicken dinner on the final game?
Or could that also mean that Axis Red One getting the chicken dinner this round?
Right.
Right. Well, I don't know how to feel if I'm the teams like, okay, yeah, it's delayed, but all right.
They'll take it. They'll take it.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see. Depending on how the teams perform. Like, if you're up there, you might take it, but if you're down there and you're struggling to need points, you might be like, okay, I just want to be consistent every round instead. But, well, it is what it is, right? I mean, yeah, Key's curse is one thing. Another thing is that it depends on whether the circle favors you or not. There's so many elements to consider when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
That's right, and it's all about factoring your position throughout this terrain in Miramar. Do you still have resources? Is your vehicle still healthy after getting peppered by bullets from every part of the map?
Yep.
So far, we have seen many of all these circles going into uncharted terrains. We haven't seen an urban warfare in Miramar yet.
Oh yeah, it's always open. It's either open or in the hill area, so it's kind of interesting to see whether that changes in this round. So so we haven't seen a northern circle as well. Everything has been all of the circles so far have been on the southern side. I think teams would have been accustomed by now, like, okay, we know how to play this circle. So it really depends. It will be teams outclassing each other, basically.
That's true, and you know, that final battle was between Yoodo Alliance as well as Dingoz, where it looked pretty close for Yoodo Alliance, down towards that 1v1, and last match, definitely Ricky has shown up big time and got enough points for Dingoz Esports. Now, this time around, the story may be a little bit different as we dive ourselves into another match.
That reminds me of something. On the chicken dinner in the previous round, it was Yoodo Alliance versus Dingoz for the chicken, right?
Yeah.
So it is the current Dingoz versus the ex-Dingoz. Yeah, you kind of think about it, right?
A lot of history coming into play. This is why I love this season so much. And of course, those that are new, they're here to create their own history. Of course, they might struggle in the early phase of this whole running Country League Marathon. But hey, it's all getting started here, week 1, day 2. It's about to begin with match 4 here in Miramar. Sit back, relax as we dive right into the Desert Dunes once again.
It's going to be Miramar round 2, but of course a different set of teams. Let's see how do they adapt with each other. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path will be from Impala towards the southern side of Pozo. A fairly nice flight path for most of the teams. Let's see. I hope that no one... Okay, maybe La Cabrera is a bit far, or Attore or Tierra, or whoever likes to drop on that side is a bit far, but for most of the teams, it's going to be a fairly good start.
Yeah, and you can remember other seasons, El Pozo is such a city where teams just like to contest across those corners. And this season, you know, Geek Fam's having it good. They haven't really had too much of a challenge. They didn't miss out on that previous round. Of course, they took a little bit of break. Now that they're coming back off of, you know, a good chicken dinner back in Erangel, I think that they're going to be able to do something splendid here. While we are seeing basically the same old for SMG as well as Homebois, they move into respectively Puerto Paraiso as well as Impala. Now, floating above them, we are also taking a look at another team that's currently cutting by Bosskur. It's going to be moving into the junkyard section. They might actually run into members of RSG who's also floating in towards the same direction. So with this somewhat of a balanced flight that doesn't favor whoever likes to drop to the north, I want to see how this one's going to go, and I guess that we will expect somewhat of a similar outcome of a circle like how we see back in day 1's first game.
Again, it's going to be the Southern Circle. Okay, some of the changes in drop spots. So this time, Team Secret, SMG, basically the Group B teams aren't playing. So San Martin is open. Clutch Guerilla will be dropping to San Martin instead. And Picado is open as well. So it's going to be Team Hard dropping there. And those are the current changes at least. Now, that also leaves Power Grid open. So far, no one drops. And considering that this kind of circle on the southern side, there will be a possibility that teams on the northern side, teams like EVOS VIP or maybe even Axis Red 1, may stop by the hills of Power Grid because there's no SEM9 there to challenge.
I love that fact where, you know, there is a lot of open real estate for them to secure extra sort of loots, get some great vantage point across the fields itself. And also, Team Hawk would be very wary because whoever's up on Power Grid later on will be moving into Picado. And we're already seeing a very early skirmish between Dingoz as well as Team Hawk. Oh my, catching fire, it's gonna be Baby Kim as he gets knocked. 2 members down from Dingoz as they're having a rougher game on Miramar's second tick.
All right, I think we got too excited there. That was the previous round, by the way. Yeah, there was a replay.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I know. It's the first time that we get that feature.
I'm so confused because, you know, we rarely get that, and it also felt like it was too early for any action. But yeah, I love that pleasant surprise though. Got me suddenly hyped up.
Everyone loves surprises. Trust me. Have you tried that on the girlfriend?
What girlfriend? I don't have one.
Oh yeah, that's because you don't have one.
Maybe in the past few seasons, yes. Now, single, ready to mingle. You need one for yourself too.
Oh, self-promotion. I mean, to an audience of a lot of people watching this, so that's well, somewhat free advertising. But okay, I mean, to each other's. Anyway, so Geek Fam, this kind of circle, I would expect Geek Fam to make a slow rotation. That's number one. That's what they always do. And they might go for the hills of Chumacera because GENEXUS isn't playing. GENEXUS likes to play that hill, and considering that their position and their timing of their rotation, they would be there faster than Geek Fam. So now that they are not playing this round, it could be an opening for Geek Fam to take that precious hill on top of Chumacera. And Snipes, I think he's the first player to receive 2 MVP awards so far.
Yeah, and I think he's definitely in his top shape as we've seen him coming with like, what, 17 frags, and it's only day 2. Like, on an average, you're saying that in a day's worth, every single map that he does play, he will bring back close to 2 points each, which is definitely a great result for any team to be able to book guaranteed points per round. So as we dive into other teams as well, MAB, yeah, they do have a significant early game skirmish that could result in them getting 1-2 points or so, but I'm still hoping for more. MAB, Malu apa Bosskur, was a famous saying by, well, I don't need to mention names, but yeah, I don't know, has the trend fallen off? Has it been sticking around? Gotta ask the community though.
I'm not too sure about that as well. but what I'm sure is that, so I have a fun fact to share about Snipes.
Okay.
So since his graphic came out, right? So let's talk about his fun fact. So his dad, I call him Papa Moas, right?
Papa Moas.
So his dad still uses a very, very old phone.
Okay.
And recently was his birthday. And I texted him, I said, hey, happy 25th birthday, young man. And I hope that he gets a new phone from his kid. So apparently he's still using his old phone. So I'm just saying, Snipes, if you want to get your dad a gift, it should be a new phone. And why not get a Realme GT2 Pro?
Yeah. And of course, the offer is real good. Just go ahead, drop in their website, and you got possibly the best in class of this sick gadget that you could get for, you know, a good amount. Doesn't really break your bank, while you get to also maybe teach Papa Moas some tricks here in PUBG Mobile if he does plan to pick it up.
Oh, I can tell you he's so updated. Like, he's sometimes way more updated than me on what the happenings are in PUBG Mobile. Yeah, and I guess he gets his news fast because he used Yoodo.
Oh, yeah.
With his 5 GB of free high-speed data. And with high-speed data, you can get high-speed news.
High-speed action as well coming in for Appy, getting the first blood for Yoodo Alliance. Yeah, switch to Yoodo and you can get as much points as Yoodo Alliance from the past match. And of course, this match doing really well as we are moving back into another close quarter fight between SMG versus ALMGHTY. Nades have been dropped right in. Jenny soaking some damage. While they're pretty much spread a little bit too far wide for ALMGHTY. But Ares as well as Virgil, they will start to congregate together. But I would doubt that they would be able to get a good pick-off against SMG for the time being. Ample time for them to reset. Jerome's got 4 first aid. He's not expending any. Yeah, as soon as I say he heard the news, probably using the Yoodo.
Yeah, so they're reacting currently. But I'm not liking Jerome's position. You know, if he gets knocked down, that's it. Then AMT will be playing with 3, and I just had to jinx it. He goes down. This will be an advantage for SMG. They'll start to move into the compound.
Well, Nasty goes in for the quick kill, and Appy got himself that perfect sight, and that's how they do take out Rensky. As we move it back to the MY versus SG affair that we're having here. Definitely not a debate about chicken rice or nasi lemak or anything other than that. And we'll switch it back over to Geek Fam. Currently having that farm, and you know, talk about Snipes' father, who's a pretty cool dad. And you know, like you've been keeping connected with all the pro players and their families and stuff. Who else are you close to?
It's not me connecting with them, it's them connecting to me. Because they like to know, oh, what's the juicy news today? Yeah, just because I use Yoodo, and of course I have that 5 GB high-speed internet, and that's why they want to, like, you know, leverage on high-speed news coming towards them.
High-speed news. I don't know if you're going to be using that for dating apps to, you know, quickly get yourself your match.
Probably high-speed dating as well with that high-speed internet.
Okay.
Well, not that I'm accustomed to that. I don't know what I just talked about, but hey! ALMGHTY! They need
you
to
don't get to dodge that.
Yeah, okay. We'll settle this off screen.
But hey, it looks like another team wants to join into the party, and that's Farang, who immediately gets scouted out. Leo got himself out in the open, and Actboy is going to be able to punish while he continues on with spray down onto ALMGHTY. Really good repositioning coming from Ares, while Nasty is going to be coming into the longhouse, while that circle moves deeper into the hills of Chubasera, as well as the southern side of the bridges of Valdemar. Small boy wants to chip in from afar as well. Pretty rough spot to basically get any numbers back for RSG, but they're going to try nonetheless. They did walk away with 1 kill that's been secured by Small Boy early on.
Well, they still have a lot of space to play with, considering that it's still the second circle. But not much space for both SMG as well as ALMGHTY. Nasty needs to pick up his teammate quickly. Aris circling around. SMG will be closed down. Jenny, the last man standing, starting to move in. Aris on the next door. Immediately jumps out to reset, but he needs backup from Nasty, and Nasty is done picking up his teammate. Now he can move in as well.
Just look at the rate of movements that's coming in. Nasty! They will shut down the rest of Team SMG, not needing the vote from Keith.
If you kind of think about it, SMG, they had the advantage because they took down Jerome first. Then they moved in. That was cool, but they couldn't win the compound fight. It's surprising for me considering that there are 4 players with a lot of firepower in them. I mean, they're like ROF version 3.12B. And for me, for them to lose this kind of compound fight, which was ROF's expertise, yeah, it's kind of shocking.
Yeah, I think the problem was they took too long to initiate anything. Instead, they were just hiding and not making proactive measures. Sure, they had 1 player outskirts, and they should have made the best of effort to basically deter the rest of ALMGHTY to press on. But a win's a win. Great work out of ALMGHTY, getting those good points up on the table as they push themselves onto the 12th position as of covering, of course, disregarding one of the groups that are not playing right now. Rex spots out Rapple Boy, and I like what RSG is doing throughout all these fights that they're picking from long range. They're just taking safe measures while they continue on assaulting all the rest that wants to go in further to the circle. Speaking of which, we're going to get a brand new update. Finally, we're taking a fight up to Chumacera.
Ooh, this is a very tough spot. It's going to be Chumacera. Chumacera City, it's easy to be in there, but going out is hard. And when it comes to the circle, okay, look at this. Look at where Geek is. So because GENEXUS isn't playing, that's why they go up to that high hill. And yeah, I need a raise.
Yeah, you do need a raise. So do I. Well, I didn't make that prediction. So hopefully he keeps getting a raise right after this. Did predict it. EVOS VIP, but as we continue on into the Bosskur challenging MAB, good high ground advantage for MAB Esports here to get those points back. But it's only one for now. ALMGHTY being pretty far away, and you know, ALMGHTY is basically a familiar face. I believe he rebranded his name. What was his previous name again?
He was oh man, it was Superboy. Superboy, Sniper Man. I hope I didn't get that wrong.
Sniper Man. I think it's Sniper Man.
Yeah, because they have similar names. I always get confused between the both of them. But he was definitely from Anti-Circle.
And yeah, I was kind of wondering what happened to Anti-Circle.
They rebranded into the Academy, and they played in the PMPL qualifiers, but they didn't make it.
Ah, I see. I did remember the Academy. And of course, they show signs of promise. Same goes to Dingoz Esports here that ran into ALMGHTY. So far, looking great. 5 frags in for the Singaporean aces of ALMGHTY. Doing really well here in Miramar, but coast is not clear. Blue zone's on their way. And they are just going in for a little bit of a late rotation. This is just phase 3, so it doesn't really hurt them all too much. But Virgil, doesn't seem like he has vehicles.
Oh,
he does.
He does. Yeah, so it's parked in a very, very safe position. But I think he'll be able to make it. It's only the 3rd circle, so there's still time, and they have first aid, so it's going to be okay. The only worry is that teams like RSG, Farang Legends could be gatekeeping their entry into the circle. But so far, the last time we saw them, it's still all right. They just need to be wary of what's in front of them.
Yeah. Gotta ensure that you always watch your front, and also the 6 and Ares definitely stepping up to the platter here. 2 frags already acquired. That's of course half of the contribution of the team. RSG is about to run into them though, so we're about to see both sides unleashing their mighty sides. But as we take a look at the rest of the teams, they are already in downtown Chumacera. Well, ALMGHTY are the first one to make those shots work. But they will have to carry on because the journey is far from over.
And R2K, right smack in the middle of the circle. And this will be warfare here as all the teams need to move, and they're moving at a similar pace. ALMGHTY now stuck on the outside, and oh no, this is not looking good for them. Not looking good for ALMGHTY as well as his kids. And Monkey tries to finish him off, and Monkey will be able to. Bosskur will be the next team to be eliminated.
MAB doing so much better than they were before. 2 points in for Monkey. While they're trying to climb the charts to catch up to Clutch Guerilla. At least for ALMGHTY, they will have members to be resuscitated while Brian continues to suppress them. There's only smokes for them to hang about while it's going to be them outside of the blue zone, which they will have to expend more and more of those first aid, and RSG really not giving them any leeway. But the buggy for them to rotate further and wide, they just hope not to get shot.
Well, you mentioned MAB doing better, right? So maybe they should change their name to Makin Baik Bosskur.
Makin Baik Bosskur, that's MBB.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, now I can't find a replacement. but for the benefit of our international audience, Makin Baik Bosskur means getting better by boss. Yeah, basically.
Yep. And, well, it also means that we actually have 2 Bosskurs, don't we?
Oh yeah, now that you mention it. Right. I'm pretty sure they don't have anything to do with each other.
Yeah, they definitely
just so
don't.
happened.
Logos so different from one another, and of course, different personalities as well. Sam Z, I really hope to see more of his name on the field. Past few seasons, he's been doing really well, and you know, all-time record, Sam Z, he's sitting at number 2 of the highest frag of all time.
Yes, just behind Damroon, in fact, and that's really impressive. And considering that he has moved teams, he used to play for NED Net Brotherhood back in the day before moving to EVOS VIP, and still maintaining his performance. So we hope that we'll be able to see the best of Sam this season. So far, he's been playing. So far, he haven't really shown his true potential. That's also because he kind of swapped his role, playing a little bit behind, so he's no longer the front fragger like how he used to be. So of course, that role has been given to new players like Mika, and him being the senior player, he takes the more supportive approach.
That's pretty interesting to me. Is I think that in any point of time they could still switch gear, especially when they were playing ALMGHTY. Like sometimes they do lose out one member early on, and then they start to switch their roles to cover up for lost costs, right? And that also allows them to set up, but that they don't. Where did it come from? Dax! Wow, he makes the turn drop as well. Can he ace the rest of MAB out?
Damn good he is. And with that 1 nade, not only taking out 2, but taking out 3, but now Mocky will try to get the revenge, but it's not going to be easy for Mocky as he's pressured by the blue zone at the same time. Mocky, with only 4 first aids, wouldn't be able to last long. I mean, we're talking about Miramar Blue. Miramar Blue is ruthless.
Indeed it is. Well, Almighty, they're also getting assaulted, but that's actually the play zone that will claim Moki's life. Well, Axis Rate 1, they challenge Yoodo Alliance. But Buru now all alone. Let's see if he possibly pull anything at all. Dumper is the man on that mission, the captain of the team, to bring him down. Buru didn't really have much that he could gain out of that situation. While he will go ahead to scout the rest of Chumacera, Kim's lurking around, going up against EVOS VIP.
Oh, and we have Kim on the other side, Insomnus. Does he still have an active vehicle? Yes, he does. 5 more seconds before the zone starts to move. Looks like it's going to be a slow rotation coming in for EVOS VIP. But let's check on the other side. KHI still on the outside of the circle, but look at this. They are surrounded. They are surrounded by not only Clutch Guerilla, but also another team on the other side.
Oh, Adibs marking them with the Mini 14 in hand, tries to go in for the taps, not really landing the shots, but Kim's going to be taken out by Xamzy, finally getting into the kill feed, while Jimmy's going to be able to knock Homebois out, trying to control the recall, but Adams has managed to dish a little bit of damage, and finally getting it knocked. Playzone will claim the life of RSG Kim, while 2 members are lost from Key Esports, while they are outside Playzone as well, not looking all too good, might drop out at 12.
We can see that Jimmy will be pressured by the zone. Funky needs to move as well, but they need to be aware that one last teammate, Rankid, is still around, but Rankid's taken out the blue. Doesn't seem that he can last any more longer, and he'll be taken out really soon. Now Rex is out. RSG will be eliminated at 12th place. At the same time, Geek fam, they're playing by the edge of the circle, but Team Hawk is waiting for them at the top.
Team Hawk is taking over control while this circle is not favoring majority of all the other teams. Snipes will have some business to be dealt with here against NSEA, who's all the way up front, but they don't really have vision. They're blinded by the smoke. How can they possibly see? And now they do spot out Frankie, who's moving up top, so he's going to be taken off as well. It's down to Heidel with his M249, but they're all on that foothill to sound to Snipes here to make the difference. JPNC. Oh, NC's going to be pushing into the far front, and Snipes with the ghillie suit, it's going to be hard to see Kim out while he has to deal with 2. Geek back goes out.
Ooh, will he be able to get like bonus points from that? I don't think so. But anyway, Geek fam, 9th place, no elimination points for them, surprisingly, after all that. And NC getting 5 now, dominating this round. And NC, just as they got 5 elimination points, Team Hawk, who was waiting at the high ground, eliminates them at 8th place.
Now with the fight happening indoors, it's between these 3 apartments where R2K wants to bring it on against Dingoz Esports. Appy's going to be able to find a crosshair again. Ziggs from a really different angle where we don't even spot out the player currently in this POV, while Funky's going to be able to eliminate Faris, and Ate is trying to squeeze his way through those corners, not really finding much at all. Damage being done towards Axis redONE, while Clutch, Guerilla tries to work it out from the outskirts, and Jumper's going to be going in for the refrag.
And Adibs will be taken down, and Faris looks like there will be a trade happening here. Team Ha getting one. Faris will be finished off by Heiko, and Heino will be finished off by Heiko as well. So that's a double elimination there by Heiko alone. Jumper needs to decide when will he move. But then again, at the same time, the zone is starting to close in. Jumper trying to secure as many elimination points as possible. Adib will be taking out 3 more team members from Clutch. Guerilla, but Jumper will be taken out by Jimmy. And that is it. Axis redONE, someone plays for them. And the key, I wouldn't say the curse, but then again, the key for blessing looks like it's not happening.
Well, oh well, this might just be the match where Keith actually gets it all right. But of course, it's still the top 6, and it could still happen. And that's some eagle eye action coming from Jimmy, and he's gonna get another one as I speak, taking down Zuli and THQ. They're only left with one. Heiko tries to drive away with a buggy into the direction of Dingoz as well as R2K. Samsey tries to get Jimmy off of his feet while that spray connects. Funky gets the cover fire perfectly onto EVOS.
Man, that's a funky move. Oh, wait a second. Someone's below him from Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. We have Appy there, if I'm not mistaken. Appy hears everything. Okay, Appy's waiting for the right moment. Appy...
It's out.
They don't know Appy's there, but it doesn't really matter as the zone starts to give them pressure.
And they have to really move out. Appy's gonna get shot. My goodness, Funky does it again! Plus Guerilla with the firepower, but they're only down to 1 and make it none. EVOS VIP closes it off. 8 frags for the team. Keeps gonna be smiling wide for this one. They still have all 4 members left alive. Circle also under their heads. Now they do have a special package coming in their way to restock pretty quickly. Appy all alone against Heiko, as well as both Dingoz as well as R2K. They're still not done with their fight.
Oh, but you just had to mention it. And eliminated by Dingoz, which was the team who stole away the chicken dinner from Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals.
Look at the circle.
Look at this. The circle goes to EVOS VIP. Could this be the key blessing in effect?
Finally! I'm happy for the dude. Anyways, while he waits for his turn to brag all about it, we still got R2K that have some solid chance. 3 members still alive. EVOS with the advantage here. And Dingoz, they start to make their exit out of that area while Heiko, ex-member of EVOS VIP, will be running into his ex-teammates. It's gonna be 8 frags for Team Ha before they go down. Top 3 scenario, and everyone else have to move to the direction of EVOS VIP. But the thing is, they're stuck behind those rocks as well as broken vehicles. So if there's anything at all, they just really have to turtle in.
At this time, EVOS VIP just needs to buy time for themselves. The zone will work its magic because, like what I mentioned before, if in a 3-way, who moves first, they lose. So it's going to be R2K as well as Dingoz. They will need to move. EVOS VIP just needs to stay put, cover their angles, and just don't get knocked. And now, R2K and Dingoz might cancel each other, so they just need to play the patient game.
But both of them are tag teaming against EVOS VIP. That's the smart measure coming from the 2 teams that don't really have the numbers advantage. You want to pull it all the way back. Grenades are being tossed, but this is the angle coming from Samsey, making his 5th, while Keto tries his best to get more out at, well, Izane's also going to be knocked. R2K, they're currently making a trail of smoke to get their way inwards, but those grenades will take out Izane. EVOS VIP is now solidifying their chances with Kiddo driving their way up.
Oh, 10 elimination points here for EVOS VIP. Sam will need to recover himself quickly. As we can see that R2K starting to move in. Echo is being the snake on the left. The smoke is still covering Echo, but now the smoke's out. And Echo with a micro Uzi just right from Mika. And Mika still trying to cover the right angle, but Echo starting to move into the circle, playing this passively.
EVOS VIP, they find another one. Ate is going to be taken out. They now have to focus on the rest of R2K. One member down. Kida's going to be able to snipe one up. And they are moving targets onto R2K. And Dingoz makes it to the final two. 1 versus 3. Kido has already gotten 4, but can he get another 3 in the back? A little bit of distance to cover up. Nades are coming in as well. Smokes, they don't really see anything at all, but they're pushing in. They know that this is going to be the last takedown. And there you have it. EVOS VIP gets their first chicken dinner.
Whoa, and I can see the silent relief on the face of Keith. The curse has been broken, and then you have it, Keith taking his bow. I wish we had a camera for that, but hey, Keith, on to you.
Casters called me cursed, but now they said I'm blessed. What's going on, guys? This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring, and my God, doesn't it feel good to be right for once? Actually, I have been right. The orders were a bit iffy, but this time around, I'm dialed down to the teeth here. EVOS VIP winning their chicken dinner, winner chicken dinner for the first time after numerous attempts of getting so close in the second place yesterday. Finally, the White Tigers, they will eat, and they will eat on the sands of Miramar here in day number 2 in the 4th match of the day itself. Congratulations. But before we get into more of that, first, here's some good news. And that is the new collaboration PUBG Mobile has with Warframe, right? This is the brand new deal that's going on in which you can get the Battle Pass and go onto it and unlock some outfits and skins and items in the game, okay? Just head over onto your app. Just it's literally a button away, right? Just touch on it, get the Battle Pass, the Royal Pass M9, and, well, start your adventures and start unlocking all these sick aesthetic items with this Warframe collaboration. And also, the brand new thing that's coming in for Classic Mode, it has been improved per se with Play Zone Countdown reminders, because we know that's important in the end of the day. This is Battle Royale, and the blue zone does hurt to a certain extent, so you always want the reminder to kind of gauge your appetite when it comes to taking a team fight. Meanwhile, in control improvements, climbing, I guess, is more efficient now. How you swap your firearm attachments, all in a single touch, single touch buttons, I would say, and underwater firearm pickups. But here comes the really, really fun part. A new bridge introduced onto the classic mode, right? Not competitive, not ranked, but a classic mode in which you can now start thinking of strategies to make it through without, reducing your chances of survival from 80% down to 20. So that's one thing that you might want to start strategizing right about now. And yeah, that is the Mode Classic version 1.9, the new features. I hope though, I do hope that this new bridge would eventually spill over into the competitive scene, right? Because let's be honest, a little map change every now and then is going to somewhat keep the game more interesting and, you know, keep me watching, that's for sure, right? Because then people have new strategies around and when it comes to playing in different parts of the map. But that was the offering for PUBG Mobile. Yes, it is their 4th year anniversary. Go wish them a happy birthday. But yes, the match that we witnessed, the match that I was right, the match in which the caster, I hate to say it, but I'm a blessing in disguise, will be broken down in just about a bit. But first, the impressive stats that they pulled out, okay? That is the thing we want to go through first. Take a look at the match rankings. Week 1, day number 2, match number 4. The second last match of the day. And EVOS, my God, EVOS VIP, 12 kills, 15 points finally going on their side. They had 2 good runs yesterday. So I wonder where this would propel them in the leaderboards overall. However, look at Dingoz though, consistent through and through so far this entire day itself, except for that one match where they get out too soon because I voted for them. But then they get the chicken in the next one, so you're welcome. EVOS XMZ, he is the MVP of this match right here. 5 eliminations on his name, 737 damage dished out. Nearly 40% of the team contribution on his shoulder, fairly even. Well, this is EVOS. They're a well-oiled machine when it comes to teamwork. 216 meters, longest elimination distance. I would assume so, seeing as though that EVOS had so little to play around with in terms of compounding covers, but they made it work. They really did, and that just translates big time for them. Right now, Dingoz still maintained the #1 spot at 92 total points, going to break into the 3 digits soon enough, especially with one more game within the day if they do pull through and perform. Geek fam still in 2nd place with 85 points. TABAH NC maintains their 3rd place at 80, and EVOS VIP going up within the top 5 on the 4th position, 75 points, right above Team Secret, the crowd pleasing. Well, as it trickles down, you see Bosskur, Axis, R2K, Yoodo Alliance, 4 Rivals, and Homebois. Still a far way to go. RSG though, despite having such a great game yesterday, closing things off with the highest frag for a chicken dinner, here they are today, finding themselves down in the 2nd half of the draft here, or the 2nd brackets, where you're down along with Team Hawk, GENEXUS, SMG, Sem9. It's not surprising, like I mentioned, Sem9 is the kind of team that takes a while before they get warmed up. However, the format is not very forgiving nowadays. ALMGHTY stands here too. ALMGHTY have stepped up big time. As I mentioned, they can take fights. We've seen them. And the same can be said about MAB Esports. I mentioned that they have been winning so many of their team fights earlier on today that it makes sense for them to maybe try a more aggressive frontal approach, right? And we've seen how aggressive they were. Unfortunately though, one of those aggressions does come with punishment as they try to push onto Team Hawk and took a nade onto all 2 members and eventually get shot down by them. I think it was one of the damn boys. Damn cutie? No, could be. Well, we'll find out in a bit, right? Team Hawk, that's the team that took them down and put a halt in their advancement forward. But hey, we will take a look at how EVOS VIP actually secures themselves their chicken dinner, proving myself as a blessing. As you can see, they started off on top at Hacienda de Peltron, makes all the way down to San Martin for a pit stop, and then on to Picado, where they reside for the longest of time until at least the circle then shifts into it, the direction of Chumacera. Chumacera, you can kind of already gauge on where the circle location is going to be, because people usually assume that the center is the best place in case of a hard shift. But judging by the terrain right in front of EVOS VIP, it's an open field, so they decided instead into Los Leonas and the buildings that resides nearby. And as it confirms itself, it does close in a little bit harsher here, and they will have to make the rotation. They will play on from the outskirts, playing it safe, playing it slow. However, the tempo was really important because seeing their location, they could be sandwiched from the back end by numerous amount of teams that are making rotation from the south side into the circle. But also on the front end, they had R2K, who has to handle a bunch of other teams as well. So making that rotation in, they do send one scout that is Insomnus to make sure that the place is safe before they make a heavy committal into the circle here. So they have Insomnus to move on forward. It was a 50-50 chance. They could have lost Insomnus in the process and still stayed alive, or the things panned out the way they did, and they all instead makes a rotation down over into towards the circle, and you know, not being pressured with time and can play from the spot they were in. This is where all these teams had the complication of trying to, well, pitch each other out. I remember Clutch Guerilla actually gatekeeping the likes of KHI Esports. Just by the barrel there, well, they had eyes towards them. KHI getting burned by the blue zone, just cannot push their way through. Meanwhile, Team Hak, the team that put a stop onto MAB within this compound, eventually get caught out into the in a sticky situation with Geek Fam. Has to make they had to jet out of their situation, right? And EVOS, look at what they're playing with. Like I mentioned, they really didn't have much to play around with. They didn't have the high ground. That one goes to the side of Team Hak. They did not have the compound. R2K has that. And all they had was this tiny little thing in which the tiny little rock in which they hid behind from, and a whole lot of utilities. Thank God for the utilities though, because that would have panned out very, very ugly, especially when Dingoz and R2K could only suspect the likes of EVOS VIP being within the area. It almost seemed like they were being targeted and on. However, this is a battle royale, and you cannot trust an ally, if you could say that for the least, because any opportunities Dingoz get, they ended up wiping off the members of R2K to secure some points for themselves, and eventually, well, that gives in favor to the side of EVOS VIP to clean up the rest of Dingoz, which is not saying much because there, one person of Dingoz still alive here. But XMC did manage the flank side really well for the side of EVOS VIP, making sure that they won't have problems coming from the back end, which we have seen in previous season that EVOS tend to forget about the last person who's just lingering around that became a thorn in the bush. So good to see them finally heightening up those senses and addressing that problem. And now we are down to the last game of the day, which we will get into in just about a bit. But first, a quick break from all of us here in the studio. My name is Keith. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'll see you in just about a bit.
Realize.
GG RSG.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by Realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
This is it. The final match of the evening, the final chance for some of these teams to play and eventually secure as much points as they can get before the end of the day here to hopefully move on tomorrow with a more, well, a little bit of leeway, a little bit of head start among the rest. Hi. What's up? My name's Keith, and this is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. All thanks to the PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios for making this whole thing happen. Look at it. Look at all these festive colors that you see right on the screen behind me. Yes, that is because it is their 4th anniversary here as PUBG Mobile, and if you love the game, clearly you do, otherwise you wouldn't be watching. Why don't you go wish them a very, very happy birthday, or drop it down in the comment section below. The moderators will see it. Just as long as it's not toxic, it's gonna stay there in the chat. So, we're down to the final game of the day. So far, I've predicted, I think, about 3 teams to get the chicken dinner. All 3 teams got their chicken dinner, although it wasn't in a match. I predicted them to catch that chicken dinner. However, EVOS VIP, that was a dart straight into their bullseye. So I got lucky with that one. Or am I just a blessing? Is that, since we don't believe in luck around here. But let's take a look at some of the things that PUBG Mobile is planning to, that we had in a previous match here. Overall stats in that match alone, 58 total eliminations has been committed. That's a massacre as it stands here. 9,034 total heal points, health points being restored back into these players. 61 knockouts. So I'm guessing about 3 of them died to the zone here. 210 throwables used. That's very impressive. 737 is EVOS XMZ taking up with the most damage here, securing that who played a crucial role in actually suppressing the advancement of Dingoz during the last 3-way stand and eventually translate into his team, taking home that winner chicken dinner. Clutch Guerilla, Funky though, he's also a man to be reckoned with how sharp his eyes can be when it comes to the shots when it matters the most. Now, match number 5 out of 5. It's the last game of the day. Last chance for these teams to accumulate some points and create their lead, exacerbate it even further, especially Geek fam, if they can keep this one within the bag. Unfortunately, Group D will not get the chance to play in this one, which means Team SMG, who, let's be honest, hasn't been too hot, RSG, who yesterday came in strong, today a little bit shaky, and maybe Esports, who has been improving, unfortunately, with them sitting out on this one. That means there's some points denied from them, I guess. And KHI Esports, Almighty actually, KHI resides in the Group E, and Almighty Esports, again, one of those teams who have also stepped up big time from when they were yesterday. And we're talking about a difference of a day gap. One day can have this much improvement. Imagine what they can be at the end of the 3-week. But enough about that. This last match, who do I think is going to get the winner chicken dinner? On the screen, it is Bleeding Green. I'm talking about, of course, the Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals. I feel that this is a team with many potential, especially people are starting to snooze on the fact that Voki plays for this team. However, I think when people least expect it, they are going to shine on through. In fact, they nearly got themselves a chicken dinner in that first Miramar game of the day if it wasn't for Dingoz and their advancement forward. So I think they're hungry. I think they have scores to be settled, and I think they might have felt that that winner-winner chicken dinner was somewhat robbed from them, and they're out here to claim it back for themselves. So what are they going to do about it? Last game of the day. Who do you think is going to get that winner-winner chicken dinner? It all goes down to this map here in Erangel, and Casters, do the honors, take them away.
You know, whenever Keith does a prediction, it reminds me of my ex.
What's that?
Because I have a very mixed feeling.
You have a mixed feeling?
Yeah.
Is it because your ex was always right? Or she gets it wrong all the time, and that one time she gets it right, she's gonna rub it in your face?
Wow, that's a lot of experience. I didn't expect so much detail from you. But talking about detail, we have a phone that's a lot of detail put into it. As you can see here, this is a very, very nice looking phone. And of course, this is my official smartphone partner, Realme, which is the GT2 Pro. And of course, this phone is such a trendsetter. It is so amazing, a lot of good stuff in it. And thank you so much for partnering with PUBG Mobile and supporting young talents in esports with the best-in-class product.
That's right, and Yoodo is always here with you. Yoodo powered by Cellcom is definitely the thing that you should be checking out for, because when you switch to Yoodo, you can get 5 gigabytes worth of high-speed data, and you got 20 extra GB for PUBG Mobile alone. So it doesn't matter if you're out of your home, you can play PUBG Mobile anywhere you want without worrying that you're gonna lag or break in between, because Yoodo has got you covered. Switch to Yoodo and you could get those SIM cards delivered to you so long as you just download the app by scanning that QR code early on. Don't worry if you haven't scanned it, we'll have more chances for you throughout the game. And we're about to move into our final matchup here, as we're going to be taking a dive back into Erangel.
Yep, a place that we don't need to scan any QR codes to enter. So it's going to be the last game for today. And so far, throughout today, it's different teams getting chicken dinners, but only one team managed to get 2 chicken dinners, which is Geek Fam. And let's see if we'll see a new team, or will we see a repeat from any of the other teams, or maybe Geek Fam getting a triple chicken dinner, or Yoodo Alliance for, have they gotten a chicken dinner before?
I believe not, but they've shown very promising signs for multiple times, and I do believe that Keith is definitely onto something. He's on a roll right now. Today he's got a few predictions right, maybe not in the same order, but he definitely had the one with EVOS VIP as we now dive into Erangel.
Speaking about Keith on the roll, the moment he mentioned ACDC earlier today, he definitely loves rock and roll. I'm just saying. But here we go! Of course, this is our final game. And the flight path looks like it's going to come from the side of Milta Power onto Hospital. So very balanced flight path, and let's see what's going to happen next. I expect it to be a harmonious start, considering the flight path is kind of okay for everyone.
That's right, and everybody gets to move directly into their city. A little bit of stretch into Saverny, I believe, for Sim9 if they're still in the game, as we have quite a number of them already moving across the section. Team Hawk, they finally get their drop into Novo Rapnoe, and I guess that's also because ALMGHTY is not going to be moving forward. So I guess this is where they just have to ensure that the final hurdle for day 2 is going to be smooth. KHI Esports immediately gets themselves that vehicle, will find themselves into their own respective area of play, while some teams have just hopped off the plane. We're taking a look at Clutch Guerilla, who did pretty well going up against EVOS VIP, got themselves number 2.
Okay, I'm interested to see what happens in Lipovka, as KHI, that is, well, half of that drop. So they like to drop like 2 in Lipovka and 2 in Milta Power. So naturally now we see 2. And looks like they've been invaded by Axis Red One. But Axis Red One, Vroom, yep, still not having anything. Demigod is starting to move in onto Haynoob. I don't think Haynoob is armed. And Demigod with a pistol and a vehicle, but Haynoob finally went into the water, but it looks like Adip is in trouble as Matoy tries to secure that elimination point onto Adip's.
Well, he does get him rammed up from the back.
Oh, well.
Matoy's here to not hold any punches back. First blood secured by Team Secret. Well, this is the first effective run over that we've seen here in the PMPL MYSGPH Spring season. So, kudos to you, Matoy.
Yeah, and a punch kill, considering that he hasn't got any weapons. So that's going to be 1 point. So he took out Clutch Guerilla. Why is Clutch? Okay, this is the area of Gatka, if I'm not mistaken, or just on the outside of Pachinki. So
Exactly.
Clutch Guerilla, they normally drop inside of Pachinki. I guess Adis was on a mission to get vehicles while his teammates loot inside of Pachinki. Well, I would say it's just more of like a coincidence that he meets Matoy. Plus, Gatka and Pachinki is just like next to each other, and he happened to be in the wrong side of outskirts of Pachinki.
And I guess that when you're moving into that corner of the map, you gotta respect Team Secret's territory as well. They've already marked the property, and Matoy knows where to get his vehicle, so that's really efficient of him. While we move back over to the outskirts of Georgia Pole.
Oh.
It's Geek Fam here, having a new member.
Yep.
And I catch his name. Was it Sonic 7 Days?
Yeah, it was Sonic 7 Days. So he's making his debut here in the PMPL. He's played some of the major tournaments before together with Geek Fam. I'll be honest, I haven't seen the best of Sonic 7 Days, so I can't really tell what kind of player he is. But for him to make his debut in the PMPL, of course, PMPL is a different animal for them to play with. It'll be very different in terms of the pacing, in terms of the quality of teams inside here. So it's definitely going to be a bigger challenge for Sonic 7 Days.
And I believe that Geek Fam, they've got some really good points throughout the rest of the run within the 2 days. And a little bit of trial and error shouldn't be able to hurt them all too much. And of course, for Sonic 7 Days, he gets to basically get more EXP out of all the games that he could possibly get throughout the course of the spring season, while GENEXUS, they're moving all the way into Primos. And there's going to be... Oh, this is not Primos. It's Lipovka. My bad.
Yeah, and wait a second. What is GENEXUS doing here? They're supposed to drop into... what's the town beside school again? It just slipped my mind.
Rozak?
Not Rozak. The other one. The one on the right.
Yasnaya?
Yasnaya, thank you. Yeah, they're supposed to drop into Yasnaya. I'm kind of surprised to see them going that direction, considering that the circle, okay, I need to see the circle again. But for them to go there, it's kind of funny. But okay, I can logify that because Lipovka, for some reason, teams don't really make that as a main draw spot. So they might want to use that as a second loot place. Maybe they feel that there's not enough loot inside Yasnaya itself. So, okay. Trying something different, I guess, for this round.
And I believe that to be true. GENEXUS will have another member that's hanging around build-up power. So I guess they're going for a scattered approach, while KHI Esports are still having, you know, the main areas of power grid early on inside of factory. So they didn't really clash horns early. Maybe they intended to. GENEXUS might just be looking for a target that they want to acquire while they are climbing their way up. Now, let's take a look at the standings real quick. So, Team Hawk as well as GENEXUS, they're tied with 52 points. So, I guess, like, if they do get a really good ending into this final match of day 2, they could position themselves into the top 10 if they want to.
Yeah, speaking about GENEXUS, now that you're looking at the numbers, right? It feels like GENEXUS deliberately came here to look for KHI because this is an off position. This is on the opposite side, and Lipovka is a split drop for KHI together with Milta Power, and GENEXUS coming here, going outside of this circle, on the opposite of the circle, they want points at the back. They want to go up higher, and they're using KHI as their team to collect points.
Perhaps so, and I guess that you just gotta practice your shots pretty early on in order to get better into the late game. But I believe that Rankit might have actually scouted them out from the window. So with that being said, KHI Esports definitely doing very proactive measures to keep themselves well grounded, as DAP just want to ensure that this ride for Sem9 is going to be a smooth cruise while Rankit is getting tagged. UMP is not going to be able to do too much of a damage from this distance, so lucky for him, as KHI's member will still be intact with all four.
Okay, so looks like GENEXUS, they decided to move, and they're no longer waiting for KHI. At least this is okay. If they're still there and they wait for KHI to come out, it's a lose-lose situation for both teams. We might see them getting a couple of points, but in terms of placement points, they might lose it altogether. So glad to see GENEXUS making the right decision to prioritize the circle instead.
Yeah, and as they carry on their journey, they still have ample of time to get to where they need to be, though Milta Power is pretty far off. They could possibly come in from either the island section to get a safe rotation, all the way to Ferry Pure to get to the other side. Is Axis Red 1. They're being much slower as intended, but it's nothing all too new for Axis Red 1. A couple of seasons back, they were basically tanking the Phase 1 Blue Zone, Phase 2 Blue Zone even, and that's how they really want to play it safe. Especially when they're coming in from Kameshki as well as Lipovka, there won't be any sort of challenge that will be on their way. But look at the rest of the teams. They're basically scattered all across the field as we're taking it into Gatka.
Yeah, and at least Axis Red 1, they have Jumper as well as Micah in front. So they have markers, so Heynoob and Faris can just dash in without thinking too much, as the scouting work has been done by Micah and Jumper. So. And you're right, it's a usual way of how they play. They like to rotate in a bit later. It's the same as last season as well. But of course, this time Jumper being the in-game leader, some games may be different, but right now they are still falling back to the true blood of how Axis plays it.
Yeah, I think that it's a fail-proof plan that they have. So there's no point changing it too much, especially when you're already so far away from the circle. Like, if you're gonna book it, you're about to run into 1, 2, 3, 4 teams that's either A, on their rotation into the circle as well, or B, they're already there. And all they have to do is just to target them down out of their vehicles to GENEXUS. After all that sort of assault that they tried to pull upon KHI, they find themselves also squeezing by the edge of it, as they have finally get themselves safely into a certain area of play. But over on the top of the hill, we're taking a look at the rest of Sem9, trying to catch someone off guard, but that's a long spray ahead. Pretty hard for Dep to get anyone heading into the vehicle, or even knocking them out.
And that's also a very long and far rotation for Sem9. They came all the way from Mansion to this Gatka mountain. Man, I wouldn't be surprised if the stats come out as, okay, the longest distance travel will be Sem9 at this moment. They went way, way away. And yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they managed to somewhat secure this mountain, considering that Geek fan loves this mountain as well, and they came from the Jogo Pool, Southern Jogo Pool, which is way, way nearer. But I guess they have a sort of like a mutual understanding, say, hey, you take that part and I take this part. So it's kind of like a 50-50 at least.
So there's going to be a little bit of challenge onto Biu. Jumper just trying to suppress him from crossing the bridge. KHI Esports matched away securely now, just hanging by the heels of Pachinki. Well, it doesn't seem like there's any teams that's going to be surrounding this sector. So they're just going to enjoy the time for the moment. Farang Legends They're just moving into the ruins, and there is a possibility that they will duke it out with Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, just next to each other. Though it's still the second circle, so I think everyone's going to hold their horses for now. But for KHI, they are just at the other side of this Pachinki Mountain. And check this out. Looks like Damroot getting one onto Ainauki. And you kind of think about it, these two used to play in the same team, Geek Fam, and even before that as well. So it's ex-teammates just getting a diss at each other.
Yeah, and I guess when that happens, I really want to tap into the comms and it's like, haha, got you, bro. Like, that's what you get for leaving the team. Or the other way around. Now, EVOS VIP is kind of scattered into two, while the rest of the teams are sticking all together. I wonder how this one really works out for EVOS VIP, because there's going to be a lot of attention being drawn to the team who have gotten themselves that chicken dinner, but they're going to be moving into the same compound very quickly. That also gives them a little bit of that region control, knowing that, okay, there wasn't a team around the western end, so they could slowly play it out and focus on other angles instead.
Yeah, so I guess it's about like getting the bigger piece of the pie. Like if you're confident enough to spread out, you naturally will cover bigger angles, and if you take a couple of shots, your opponent wouldn't know, like, oh, is there a full squad there, or is there only one, or is there only two? So it's sometimes playing with the psychological impact of spreading out. A lot of big teams do that as well. Like we've seen like the Chinese teams in PMGC, they do a similar strat, like Nova, XQF, and so on. So some of these teams try to adapt to that. So over time, I believe that we'll see like other teams besides EVOS VIP also doing a similar strat. But that is of course very situational dependent, whether and the confidence level as well.
Yeah, and speaking of confidence, like, I don't know, maybe when it comes down to wheels, some players just want to rev the engine real quick, and like they don't care about rocks and whatever that's going to be around the ruins. But that doesn't make any point. Oh, I love this purple UAZ, pink. You can argue with me on the colors, but Kid's going to be able to get the frag onto Triggs. Old-timer Triggs will be taken out while the rest of Homebois have to play with Tree, but they want to go in and exchange as well. And see, third parties into this, knocks down Matoy.
And Lex is a very, very good player for NC. He is one of the young players who's highly mechanical skilled, and looks like he's getting under the board. But just as we mentioned about Lex, unfortunately, he'll be taken out by one of the team members from R2K. I guess there's like a 4 or 5-way long-range warfare happening now. The good news for Team Secret is that it shouldn't be a problem for them to pick up eye shots, as Kid is already on it, and there you have it. Team Secret's back on all fours.
Oh, Fredo goes down on the ground, so I guess that they could just take turns going with the pickups. Tom, as well as Bart, they saw movements up those hills, and KHI, the moment that they have arrived, they're already getting a little bit of attention. Now, let's see where this circle is going to move into. Most likely into the middle of the fields of Gatka, but if it does go up the hill where Sem9 is currently at, they're going to have a pretty good time. While the other teams over the southern end, yep, they just have to move slightly inwards onto the eastern corner. Homebois, they may have lost one, but they can probably defend themselves for now.
Now, Geek Fan, they kind of read that, so they left the Gatka Mountains to Sem9. Now, Sem9 is making that fast rotation. Let's see if they'll work out for them, considering that they're going towards the side of Farang Legends. And Farang Legends is a team that likes to move in slightly slower. We could see a clash between Sem9 and Farang Legends as they start to move.
Well, we will need to take a look at that much later on. We see KHI Esports separating themselves apart while they try to get control of the fields. It's going to be Dingoz that will be moving up ahead. And it's Damaso that will find a knock on to Kiddo. While the rest of Dingoz, they say if you take one of us, you have to take out all four. While there's going to be more blood to be drawn. Baby Kim finally finds Rankit. but the Masso is still upstairs though. Can he possibly pull the trigger? And it's gonna be KHI Esports that will wipe them clean. Only Baby Kim left. Can they finish off with a good ace? Here comes the grenade, and looking pretty, looking good. They get those knocks. The Masso with the clutch.
Wow, the Masso with 2 knocks. Okay, he needs backup right now to secure that win against Ate. And now Demigod starting to move it, but the Masso says that, nope, I can do it on my own. It finishes off the Dingoz.
Finally, we see KHI pop up as the glory goes to the Filipino squad. Still looking for more wild clutch. We'll have Jimmy continuing on, peppering onto Team Hawk. Good damage being done, but I believe Hawk could still hold on. They can go in for the revives, but Jimmy's looking for those tires to ensure that Team Hawk doesn't go anywhere else.
Now, Clutch Guerilla, they'll be playing without their in-game leader, Dibs. They still need to move further forward, but I think it should be okay for them, as there's still enough cover, there's still some elevation, some trees to play around with, so they don't really need to push themselves into the middle of the circle just yet. Now, looking at the elimination feed, our boy gets one onto Insomnus, but it's just a knock. They could still revive depending on where the position of the opponent is at. For Clutch Guerilla, I think they might take a slow step into the circle, but now let's move to Yoodo Alliance.
Whoa, Voki immediately gets taken down. Micah goes in to ensure that no members of Yoodo Alliance will be able to survive, but they missed out on the other two. Happy as well as Riff will still carry the banner, while Psycho is going to be able to find Insomnus, and Razor's going to be able to retrade. Mika's going to be finding QB as well. 2 members out of Geek Fam. And EVOS VIP, they take a slower approach and they will find those teams that will be moving from the top of the hill right down below. Damroot says, nah, I'm just going to get the heck out of here. But they're running into GENEXUS.
Okay, so this will be next. For Geek Fam, it's going to be GENEXUS, and the days start to rain on the both teams. Team Secret, oh, okay, something happened. They fought against R2K and they lost that fight, so they'll be eliminated at 15th place. And look at the teams right now. EVOS VIP, with a late rotation, will have a free entry into the circle, but everywhere else, it's warfare.
Oh my word, it's just open field terrain, and the circle pulls deeper into Homebois, just like a magnet. Well, Axis will crash onto Yoodo Alliance to ensure that they get those numbers back, but it's only going to be Hayduk left alive. Shots are fired from Bosskur, though. I wonder if they can survive.
Looking at the elimination feed, looks like not. Axis Red 1 will be eliminated. 3 elimination points for them. Now Geek Fans put the pressure onto R2K. Geek Fan playing without QB. And now Snipes, they are all not in this circle. They still have active vehicles, though, that they can use, but right in front of them, the immigration is heavy.
Oh my. Speaking of immigration checkpoints, you know, the borders opened up recently, or about to, so eventually we can all start traveling. But for now, we're traveling inside of Erangel. As R2K, they've gotten 4 points already throughout all the skirmishes that they had throughout the field. GENEXUS finds themselves by the sewerage area of Gatka. And I guess that they're just going to be holding on to this. Funky goes down. Shinzi as well. Team Hawk, though they were in the smoke, they pull off a proper defense, and they're going to rip in 2 points as a reward.
Oh, Clutch Guerilla, I believe now down to Jimmy as last man standing, but Jimmy seems to be a bit busy with Sam 9 on the other side. At the same time, you can see that Razor will take down Izim for R2K. Will be traded off by Ziggs onto Razor. And now we get focus onto Homebois. Now starting this fight. Can they win it? And Tam will get that knockdown.
Pretty clean takedown coming from Tam. While Homebois, they're still trying to hold out the rest of Bosskur. They do have a little bit of situation of their own, while R2K's having a little bit of fight from behind. Iron Pro goes ahead to take down Adik Luke. And this fight is about to intensify right here, right now. Bosskur having Hasper to go in for their own defensive setup. The rest of Homebois, what are they supposed to do in this situation?
Oh, Homebois, well, they need to win the fight. And there's no discount about that. But then again, with 4 players still active, they should be able to do that against Homebois playing with 3. But they don't have the big covers. Homebois, they have the 2 big buildings on their side.
GENEXUS having their members depleted by NC as they are finding their way throughout the ditch that we're currently having a PIP view right down below your screen. Boy goes into the toss a lucky nade. Flax will find more out of GENEXUS, but it's NC to go down to the hands of GENEXUS instead, I do believe. And, well, make both of them even as they both bow out.
And we have here, Psycho will need to be picked up. So Bosskur should be able to do that with majority of their manpower still intact. But look at the circle does favor this area. So it's going to be interesting as teams on the left side especially, because they need to cross the road. Roads are always annoying. You don't want to move against across the open terrain. So it's not good news for Team Hawk. And there are other teams on the left side. But on the right side, it's going to be easier for them, as we can see here, KHI, they're starting to move and they're crashing into Homebois compound.
Yeah, a really good chance for them to win this trade, but it's Damaso that gets his feet clipped up. Moore tries to go in for a big wraparound instead. Gets taken out here by Homebois. Really quick work coming from KHI, but there's still Homebois members across the building. And now they really have to make those resets quick. Iron Pro's gonna be lobbing those grenades, while Demi's gonna be waiting for a little bit of rescue. I'm not too sure if there's any more saving grace, but that spray connects through the windows, and Tab's gonna be able to find it. Psycho lands a little bit of nade, and also switch things around.
Oh, the nade coming for Psycho, but looks like it will not land onto Iron Pro. At the same time, Boy will be taken out. KHI is still active in this compound, and this compound could be the winning compound. It is a prime position at this moment. Zix will be taken out by ALMGHTY. Psycho prepping out another nade, tossing on the side of Homebois. Will it land onto Homebois? Looks like not. Managed to dodge the nade.
Well, oh well. This three-way warfare is really tricky for ISI. You can see that Psycho can take his pick. Left building, right building, whichever one he lobs that grenade, he can catch somebody out of the blue. Now, Team Hot, they're still on the outskirts, while Putra slowly prones their way across this open field. So, with that being said, I just really wonder how much longer can Sem9 survive. They only got 2 members. Bosskur still has 4, and I think that this is gonna be a pretty good chance for them to close out the game with those numbers advantage.
Yeah, they do have the numbers, they do have the compound as well, but let's hang that thought as we will be shown the 7th circle. Now NC, they're still in this with 3 team members. Unfortunately, they don't have their main fragger, which is Lex, but Frankie will be taken down by ALMGHTY. Bosskur looks like they're bossing this round.
Yes, indeed. While there's more fish to fry for Psycho, spots out Magic's proning by the field. And sometimes I'm just absolutely impressed by how sharp their eyes are, just seeking out the snakes in the grass. And once again, Psycho coming in with a double for his own.
And 6 elimination points there for NC at 7th place. Now Team Hawk will be pressured by Bosskur. And look at this, the circle actually moves slightly down south. So Bosskur will need to move at some point. 38 more seconds on the clock, but before that we can see that Psycho managed to get one knockdown onto Rensky. Team Hawk finding it difficult to move forward.
Well, long range spray. Psycho kept getting points after points, but Bosskur, they want some of this, and they found Homebois. So long, brother. That's all you can possibly get. Kai Esports still left alive, and they're also storming their way in from all corners. Still a grenade left on the hands of Homebois. Can he get any clips at all? Not really quite getting there. But here comes the rest of Bosskur.
I mean, no way you're going to get out of that. So it's going to be 5th place here for KHI. He's got 4 elimination points, their best round so far in the PMPL. And now down is again, I mean, Team Hawk, it's really, really tough for them. Now, Heiko will force his way into the circle, but Sem9 is waiting for him, and Dev is waiting there. Heiko didn't know what hit him, and Sem9 secures the elimination point out of Team Hawk.
One of the better performances coming in from Sem9. Team goes to KHI Esports, but it is Bosskur here showing who is the big mafia here to play after against that clip. Now it's down to Putra, and he's also scouted out. Psycho's gotta make it quick. Now, heading into the final battle, it's just a 1 versus 4 or 3.5 if you really want to count that one out. Izane goes unscouted though, but he did prime a nade, and that might reveal his location.
Yep, it might. And now they kind of have an idea of where Izane is at. But then Nate coming in for Izane, it does connect onto our boy. Not enough to take him down though. But again, this is a second place. It's very likely to be a second place finish. Now that it's going to be 3v1. They start to move in. Cycle will finish off Izane. And it's going to be second place finish for R2K. Another podium finish for R2K. But Team Bosskur's second chicken dinner in the PMPL.
Who would have thought Team Bosskur taking the last winner chicken dinner at the end of day number 2? How could we forget, right? Yesterday, ALMGHTY pulled out one heck of a clutch for Team Bosskur to win themselves a chicken dinner. How can anyone possibly snooze on these teams? And now here they are again, just to remind you that they are very well in their prime coming into this season of the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Hey, what's going on? My name is Keith. I'm your host for this evening, and that was the final game we have for the day. And man, we've talked about many different scenarios. Luck of the circle, pure mechanical skills, in-skirmish decisions, but never have we touched so much on team rotations and Team Bosskur. My God, this team took the path less traveled in order to get the path of less resistance. That doesn't make sense. I'll let you know in just a bit. In PUBG Mobile, it does. Trust me, I've seen how they moved all the way from Mansion to all the way where they ended by the east of Gatka. And that is one thing that you probably would want to take note of that as well. But before we go on any further, just a huge shout out to PUBG Mobile for making this a whole event happen for you, me, and the rest of people watching from home. And it's all thanks to the big players on top, talking about, of course, PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for first creating this entire IP for the rest of the world to enjoy. So I am excited, and what a way to end the evening than with that sort of win. Who knew one decision was what guaranteed them the entire game? Here's a little bit of info on what went down earlier on for this day. Check out the match rankings here, week number 1 and day 2. Final match of the day, 16 elimination points for Team Bosskur. Unfortunately, did not break the record we had yesterday for the last game at 17 under RSG. But Bosskur comes out the bigger winner. Why? Because they have been pretty much, I guess, more consistent by far comparatively to RSG now with the 16 points and the 15 from the placement itself. This is the MVP Psycho who cannot deny this man's impact in most of the fight they took, especially within that small compound which was played. Undeniably, you can technically withdraw all the pickoffs that he did, all the frags that he made in an open field. But when it comes to the compound between the three teams, this guy has done it time and time again, getting the crucial pickoff as well to allow entry for the rest of his teammates and wipe out the rest of Homebois and eventually take out KHI Esports in the process here. So kudos on Bosskur, the team Bosskur, Malaysian pride once again putting on the crown of throne that they once had. 61 total eliminations in this map alone, 6,393 total health points recovered, total knockdowns of 64, 308 throwables used in this game, 2 airdrops looted. So finally, people are not ignoring the free gifts going on from PUBG Mobile, and 7 total headshots with 20 revive, and Iron Pro takes it home as the longest distance elimination here at 259 meters. Well, you know what he say, his name is Iron Pro, which means this guy has got an iron sight to make sure that his shots are true. Bosskur Psycho takes on the most damage, respectably so, up on top of his comfort tower and his own self-made sniper's nest here as he fragged down the teams that were crawling their way towards in the center of the circle, playing towards their advantage. Nothing wrong with that there. A Naoki as well. This kid has done many things for Team Bosskur. Clutching a chicken yesterday was one of them, and contributing with the damage is what he done today. 752 damage points dished out by Team Bosskur themselves. And let's take a look at the weekly rankings so far on the overalls. Bosskur immediately the first team, or to have that second chicken dinner if I'm not mistaken, now leaped up all the way to the #1 spot here at 95 points, just shy off from Dingoz by 2 points different here. So they now have a little bit of a leeway going into the next competitive day tomorrow, knowing that they are now ahead. But however, Dingo's not that far behind, and the same can be said NSEA, Geek, and R2K. They are literally probably 1 game away from taking it over, assuming that the standards of 11 elimination and the 1 chicken dinner continues for whoever wins that WWCD, right? So Bosskur, now they come up on top, but can they maintain this spot all the way till the end to secure themselves 20 overall points? KHI Esports finally showing some signs of life, actually being able to take down some of the members here. I believe they won a fight against Homebois. They also won a fight against against Dingoz, who was crashing onto KHI while they were in that compound here, as they took out 1, and then the rest followed through with a nade here. So man, KHI Esports finally stepping up for the occasion. Luckily for them, we still have a couple of days left in the week for them to try and climb up the ranks and maybe even the gap a little bit. Here are the top 3 eliminators that we have right in front of us. Geek snipes, as the name goes. He is a sniper, although he does not use the sniper per se, but the fear is in the name. 20 eliminations on his belt here as Axis Micah takes in at 18 in 2nd place. And Geek, damn rude again, the guy who's won numerous Terminator award in the previous season. So it is painted green and is painted Geek across majority of the board here with Geek fam. As Snipes now takes #1 spot in the race towards the MVP title. Micah coming in 2nd, Damrude in 3rd, Kim coming in 4th, and well, Echo from R2K coming in 5th. Kim obviously had his moments. Then again, RSG yesterday, spectacular. Today, we haven't seen much of them. Hopefully, they do bounce back. We know how they can be when allowed to play the game they want to play. Like I said, they still hold the record of 17 eliminations and a winner-winner chicken dinner. So they are still very much a threat when given a chance to do so. So the objectives of everyone else is to not give them their game. Because, let's be honest, it's a battle royale, it's a free-for-all, it's all a man for himself. And you gotta be a little bit selfish if you're trying to reach up to the top, right? No, I get it, kindness gets you far, but not in this game. Trust me, I tried. I tried it in my pubs, in my rank. Next thing you know, I just get hated on and get toxic, okay? People take me out and maybe even do a little bit of teabag, so you got to be a little bit hyper-focal when it comes to your own goal and trying to sit back and find out what you're trying to achieve. And if kindness is not in that picture, then go straight ahead and make sure you get all those elimination points. That was the stats we have from the final game of the day here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. And well, did that surprise you? Did that winner chicken dinner caught you by surprise, or did you already see that after a couple of circle in? Because I would say that their de facto moments of victory actually happened before the last 3 circles as well. You'll see why later on during the game recap as I show you how they made the single decision that won them that game by just taking over a very, very crucial compound, right? Besides that, do check out all PUBG Mobile's brand new offering, okay? They have it all on their platform. Just go onto your phones and make sure you update and get whatever's out right now, including Balloon Mode. That's the brand new stuff. The Warframe collaboration, that's a dupie as well. Go check it out. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take you through the recap that we have for the day and how this team right here, Bosskur, secured themselves that winner chicken dinner. So take a look at how they started this match. Like I mentioned, they took the path of less travel but less resistance as well. They were avoiding a lot of fights starting off from Mansion itself, looting around Yasnaya. Pollyanna makes a huge rotation all the way into shooting range, coming in from the north side here, actually crossing the bridge into the foothills of Gatka, which we saw earlier on. It was occupied by both Geek fam and also Sem9, which, well, they snuck past really, really easily there, as you can see down in the foothills here. So thankfully enough, this circle was big enough for them to avoid any sort of unnecessary confrontation for the time being, and that meant they survived for the longest time in this moment, having to just play a little bit more passive on the outskirts. As you see, even after the circle has shrunk, they chose to instead take the path of less resistance. We're gonna hang back a bit. We're not gonna push the issue. We know that we took a big rotation. We're late. Everyone else is within the circle. They allow these other teams to move on forward, and that's what you see right here. By the circle, everyone was trying to make a push into the circles to avoid the blue zone. This is already the 5th circle in, so you know it's gonna hurt a little bit. Bosskur then makes a rotation to take over the single compound that exists within the small circle right here, which KHI also resides and which the 3rd team also resides in. And from then on, it was the de facto moment of their victory, because just by staying back, holding it a little bit, deciding to play it slow, and taking over this crucial compound, that allowed them to get perched up onto this nest here and allowed Psycho to just shoot down and rain chaos across the entire field, in which became literally a farm. Literally a farming game in which they just take off elimination points one after another while the rest of the teams just crawl their way in. A little bit pathetic, but hey, they made the calls, they made the rotation, they took that path, and they are the ones who reap that benefit. So congratulations again with Team Bosskur, and I believe, just like every day, just like yesterday, we're gonna have a phoner on a line. So before we get into talking on who is at the end of the line, I'ma move you into a quick transition break. So I'll see you in a bit.
Cheers, by the way.
Yo, what's going on, my man? Batman over in Dingoz. What's going on, brother?
Hi, hello.
Hello. So, I heard that you now lead the entirety squad of Dingoz, formerly RSG. I assume I can point that fact out. So what is the difference you've had coaching a team, or at least leading a team like RSG as compared to Dingoz?
I think being a coach here, you have more influence in a way, and when I say that, I mean it's good influence. So thank God the influence has like some sort of good effects.
Right now, and I've seen you have got some talented players around your midst. Ricky did spectacular in the previous season. Is there a reason why you took him out from the team he played in formerly?
Because I think his voice in the game was really important. So that's one of the few reasons why we brought him here.
All right. And so going into this season alone, now just a little bit of recap, right? For those who didn't know, under Batman's leadership, RSG has won a PMPL season. I believe it was season 3. So now you're in Dingoz. What is the game plan gonna be? Is it gonna be the same strat you pulled off with RSG, but with different players, or are you coming in fresh and different?
I come in with what's best. With what's most effective.
So you adapt and improvise on your way through. Is that correct?
Yep, correct.
All right. Just a final one before I send you off your way, Batman. If you have anything to say towards the Dingoz fans out there, what would that message be?
Thank you to everyone who's supporting us, and we'll do our best for you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Batman. That was Dingoz Esports, ladies and gentlemen. The team who has showed so much potential so far in just these 2 days. We're excited to see what you can do in the next 2 to 3 weeks throughout this whole country league. Good luck, all the best.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And that would be it. Dingoz Esports, Batman, the mastermind behind his plan here. And they have been executing very, very well throughout this tournament alone. You have seen that they maintained their spot in the top 2 position for the longest of time, being uncontested. So, and we all know that Dingoz carries some sort of a name within the scene as being the aggressors and being the wild dogs, as I'd like to put it. Although I know it's not the best of example to label them that, but it is what it is. You've seen how for the longest of time, they managed to maintain the top 2 position without having the chicken dinner. Now, finally having a chicken dinner on their side, this team is only going to go from 0 to 100 real fast, and I am excited to see what they have in store. I know the Malaysian fans are excited as well. Currently in the top 5 position, it is a very competitive evening that we've had, and this is only day number 2. Once again, we have 3 more days of the week to be played here. My name is Keith. This was the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. We're looking forward for more actions tomorrow and the day after and the day after, and find out who still stands at the end of the week at number 1. But this is it for now. I'll see you and have a good night.